Welcome to part 2 of this lore reading for Season of the Chosen. Now that part 1 has us caught up on the storylines of the Midnight Coup and the fall of Tor Battle, we can now return to events happening closer to home. Chapter 5, Lightbearers, takes us chronologically through some final events that occur before Season of the Chosen begins, where we are forced to confront the question, can Guardians be unfit for duty? Then, Chapter 6, Battleground Sol, kicks off the actual events of the seasonal story itself, from its iconic opening to its equally iconic conclusion. If you haven't listened to part 1, you can still start with this episode and just see if this type of content is for you, and then get the backstory afterwards. That's kind of like how most Destiny lore is consumed after all. And if you are listening to one of these for the first time, then just to set expectations, these episodes are like an audio experience of lore reading set to Destiny music, and the visuals you get just consist mostly of my commentary for different entries, alongside a related piece of concept art or in-game footage, with the occasional cutscene or gameplay that I give some audio description for. So, the visuals are completely optional, and I encourage you to think of this more as an audiobook that you can play in the background. There are timestamps and a full list of all the entries used in the description below. I hope you enjoy. Chapter 5, Lightbearers. I promise we are almost ready to actually start the seasonal story, but there are a few more stories and events that were delivered to us in this season that we need to catch up on first as we try to keep things in that chronological order. This chapter describes events that happened between the end of Season of Arrivals through to somewhere near the end of Season of the Hunt, and it covers two main storylines. First, the story of Aisha, Sheora, and Reed 7 from the Trials armor sets, and then the story of Callus, Catabasis, and the Glycon from the Captain's Log lorebook. Pyrrhic Ascent Hood. A reflection, when viewed in broken glass, is fragmented into as many misaligned shards. The warlock Sheora looks at herself in the broken center console display, her image split up over so many refracted variations. She is silent in her anger. Now entering Mercury's atmosphere, her ghost chirps. Sheora looks up to watch flames roar over the exterior of the cockpit, and sees her face in the distorted curve of the glass. No one reflection is true in this moment. No image perfectly accurate. Reed is already waiting for us, her ghost adds, worried. Sheora hears him, but only in part. Something pulls at her insides like anxious fingers. Open a channel to Aisha, Sheora says. Her ghost hesitates, then beeps in compliance. The cockpit suddenly feels cavernous, as if she could shout out into the universe. Her ghost edges closer and hovers nearby. The connection's open. We shouldn't just leave her behind, Sheora says into the void with a tightness in her throat. Not our call, Shay. Agree or disagree, we're a united front. Aisha, her teammate, replies from across the curvature of Mercury's atmosphere. Then act like it, Sheora fires back, snapping her jaw shut as soon as the shout escapes her lips. She brings her hands up to her mouth, regretting her tone but not retracting it. It's Sloane's choice. Aisha's voice sounds smooth in contrast. You know how she is. If she's declining evac, there's no force in the system that'll uproot her. Stay, go, it's her choice. Leaders make mistakes. Sheora wishes she could explain better. Words are insufficient. She's preparing for transmat. Shaora's ghost quietly offers. We're in range. Shaora nods and swallows, but the anger is rising up in her, and she can feel it creeping into her bones. Wisps of gold fire slither up her arms. Zavala doesn't see it. He's trying to do the work of 2 Vanguard leaders right now. Shaora is cut off mid-sentence as she and her ghost tear apart into a whirl of charged particles, reforming on the scorching surface of Mercury in the shadows of the Calorus spires. Believe for a minute that's all we could have done. Sloane made her choice, Aisha shouts the minute she sees Shaora. Nearby, their 3rd fire team member, Reed 7, stands as a looming crimson silhouette in Titan armor. The commander asked her to fall back, and she didn't. Don't pin this on him, Aisha goes on, needling Shaora with a furious intensity. Shaora pivots to stare at Aisha. The fire building around her discharges in an upward blast. If he wants to lead, he should be willing to take criticism for his decisions. Hey, Reed 7 finally interjects with a shout. The broad-shouldered Exo shifts his posture awkwardly, but stands his ground. Aisha and Shaora look over at him in silence. Reed lifts a hand to the back of his neck. Can we do this later? Please? Shaora feels Aisha's eyes on her. She tempers her own expression to match her friend's calmer one, reluctant in her assent. But the ember of anger in her refuses to go out. She draws her sword and points it toward a group of guardians across the windswept courtyard outside of the lighthouse, indicating a challenge. Fine, Aisha agrees reluctantly. Shaora withdraws, simmering. Pyrrhic, Ascent, Helm. The Exo-Titan Reed 7 cuts an imposing silhouette across the Mercurian sands, the sun at his back. Reed and his ghost fix their attention on 2 streaks of fire gleaming across the sky. They're late, Reed's ghost chirps. Again, Reed notes with a sigh. His eyes follow the burning trails across the dusty beige sky until they reveal a pair of jump ships entering the atmosphere. I'm picking up a dispute on open comms, Reed's ghost notes, bobbing through the air around his guardian. You may want to brace for impact. The jump ships dive low and hug the ground after re-entry, kicking up a cloud of sand that billows across the ancient stone courtyard of the Calorus spires. Reed turns his head to watch them speed off to the opposite horizon. Believe for a minute that's all we could have done, a voice shouts over comms and finishes in physical space as Reed's warlock companion, Shaora, transmats down to the surface. Crackling bands of energy ripple off of Shaora and another guardian, a hunter, Aisha. Shaora is incandescent with anger. Waves of golden fire lap at the sides of her face. Reed doesn't say anything as his companions arrive. They're doing enough talking for everyone on Mercury, so he gives them their space, choosing instead to focus on the task at hand. He moves toward the looming structure of the lighthouse and the guardians gathered outside, waiting in their queue to compete in the prestigious Trials of Osiris. His ghost looks at him with concern. Reed assures him with a gentle tap of his finger against the ghost shell. But Reed can hear his friends becoming increasingly frustrated with one another. Arguments like this have happened before. Is Eris trustworthy? Should the Vanguard track down Cade's murderer? Was Cade's death his own fault for being so reckless? Their disagreements had always ended with understanding. Today, however, things feel different. Hey! Reed turns and shouts back at them. It's louder than he intended. The bright red Exo recoils a little from the volume of his own voice. The clap of his rebuke distract both Warlock and Hunter. They look up at him in sudden silence. Reed lifts a hand to the back of his neck, scratching sheepishly. Can we do this later? Please? Shayora and Aisha afford each other a brief and mild look. Wordlessly, they put away their conversational weapons for another time. Shayora draws a sword and points it across the windswept courtyard toward a group of guardians, indicating a challenge. Fine, Aisha agrees reluctantly. Reed will take that as a victory, however small. Pyrrhic Ascent Vestment. Titan's sea of liquid methane crashes against the listing hull of the new Pacific Arcology. The wind whips with hurricane force, sending a freezing sea spray lashing across the crooked metal frame of a crumbling catwalk. Flares of atomic fire bloom in the mist and roll off the Arcology's walls. Human and inhuman screams echo out into impossible seas. 24 hive thrall come pouring out of an encrusted airlock, climbing over one another, jaws snapping. They scurry across every surface not slicked by liquid methane, drawn like moths to a beacon of golden flame. Shayora stands against the crashing tide of chitin and bone, a sword of fire held fast in two hands, screaming as she cleaves through the masses of encroaching death. Burning embers of thrall rain around her, but with each dispatched wave of necrotic soldiers, it feels as though their numbers double. She is pressed by the tide of hive, inching closer and closer to the jagged end of the catwalk hanging over the churning sea. When the thrall recede, she is thankful for a respite. But the towering night that drops from the airlock is an escalation, not a victory. Edging a half step backward, Shayora knows that the only way out is through. Wings of flame roar off her back, leaving a trail of rippling heat and hollowed out thrall in her wake. Her sword clashes with the knight's shield, shattering it in a single blow. Her follow-through cleaves through the knight's arm, down into its chest. Shayora turns on her heel toward the remaining thrall. She can feel the light in her ebbing, and knows that they will overwhelm her if she doesn't succeed now. Death against the hive is never a sure return. Not after what happened to Tycho 3 and her fire team here. A blinding pain hits Shayora in her back. Her vision swims and mind reels. Had she missed one? Feeling the warmth of blood running below her armor, Shayora turns to see the Hive Knight reborn, sword covered in her blood. Screaming inside her helmet, Shayora feels a deep panic build in her chest. She knows a hive death ritual when she sees it, and she walked straight into their trap. She rolls away from the knight's next swing and into the reach of thralls that tear at her armor. Mustering the last of her solar energy, Shayora calls up a cyclonic pillar of flame that twists up into the sky and consumes the knight. The Revenant Knight emerges from the flames, already reconstituting. Shayora leaps forward and drives her sword through his face, tackling him to the ground. Her solar aura flickers and fades. Smoke and steam billow from her back and shoulders. Shay? She hears one of the surviving thralls speak in a human voice. Shayora twists her sword in the knight's face and shakes sizzling green blood onto the catwalk. The knight begins to reform again, in a horrifying blaze of green flame, but as it reaches out toward her, she cuts off his arm and sends her sword through the top of his head in a brutal follow-through. The thrall wails. She can feel an arm around her waist, restraining her. She kicks and struggles, crying out as the last wisps of praxic fire twist down her arm and sword. No, no, Stop! No! Shayora howls, fighting against the pull of the thrall. Shay! The thrall cry in the voices of her friends. Shay! Shayora screams into the impossible seas. Pyrrhic Ascent Plate. Reed Seven's arms feel like they're going to break apart at the seams. The vibration building in his body threatens to shake him to pieces for every second that he maintains his barrier. It stands as an extension of his light, and also his body. He feels it like a piece of himself, one that he has overextended time and again, as it deflects an auto-rifle's rapid-fire barrage. Only 2 Guardians are left on the opposing team. The remains of the third are scattered around the arena, smoking and sizzling. Reed considers how fast he and Aisha might be able to rush in on their cornered Guardian. Even if Reed gets taken down, it might be enough time for Aisha and Shayora, wherever she is, to secure a victory. Aisha? Reed asks. His voice rises in concern as his barrier begins to destabilize. He knows it's now or never. But as he looks to Aisha, Reed spies flames forming between her knuckles. Aisha has the better plan. As the opposing Guardian pauses to reload behind cover, Aisha boosts straight into the air, through the top of the barrier. Reed lets the dome collapse and feels the immediate release of pressure on his limbs, his legs nearly buckling. He watches Aisha glow brightly, spinning like a burning wheel before unleashing a volley of knives, made from condensed plasma in every direction. To Reed, it simply looks like a flash of fire and smoke as the opposing Guardian collapses in a heap, Aisha landing next to him. With a sigh of relief, Reed 7 gives her as enthusiastic a thumbs up as he can muster. Did you see Shay while you're up there? Reed asks. No. She's probably playing tag with the one that keeps going invisible, Aisha replies. Let's go find her and finish this up. A plume of atomic fire rises up over a nearby block of Vex design, as if in direct response to Aisha. The lighthouse emits a soft tone. The nearby ghosts begin reconstructing their dead Guardians after the match's conclusion. A scream rises from the same direction as the fire, spurring Aisha and Reed into action. The pair navigate the familiar Vex architecture quickly. 2 more agonized screams fill the air. When they reach the source of the noise, Reed freezes in his tracks as he witnesses Shayora impale the other Guardian through the faceplate of his helmet with her sword. The opponent's ghost shrieks in frustration, trying desperately to get between Shayora and his Guardian. Aisha is saying something, but all Reed hears is blood rushing in his ears. Not his blood, though. The memory of it. Of something buried behind layered plates of carbon polymer and plasteel weave. Something haunting his synaptic network. In that moment, Reed is outside of his own body, remembering faces frozen in stone, recalling the whispered plea of his ghost's tortured voice on Io.
Don't you see?
Reed's heart races.
In light, there is only weakness.
The opposing team's Guardian is brought back to life by his ghost, but before the Guardian can finish shouting a plea to Shayora, the Warlock cuts off his arm in one stroke. She cleaves her sword through the top of his helmet in a brutal follow-through. Reed feels his chest tightening, feels a sense of panic kicking in.
Only failure.
Shay, no! Aisha yells, running up to her friend. She wraps her arms around Shayora's midsection. Shayora screams like a frightened animal, lashing out with a swift slash of her sword in the direction of the Guardian's corpse.
Only death.
Shayora, the match is over! Reed shouts, snapping back to reality. The match is over! It takes both Reed and Aisha to restrain the enraged Warlock. Shayora's voice cracks in a feral cry as flames race down her arms and swirl along the length of her blood-slicked sword. No, no, stop, no, Shayora howls, fighting against her comrades. Aisha grabs at Shayora's wrist, keeping her from swinging her sword again as the freshly resurrected guardian scrambles away. Shay, Aisha pleads, trying to get through to her. Shay! Shayora screams an endless wail into the scalding Mercurian sky. Pyrrhic Ascent gloves. Guilt and shame twist like spectral blades into Shayora's stomach. Sitting under the trappings of New Monarchy's crimson-shrouded enclosure, her focus is locked squarely on the table's wood-grained surface. The sound of her breathing feels uncomfortably loud, but at the same time, the noise of the nearby crowds are muffled and distorted, as if they were underwater. How's today feeling? All Shayora can hear clearly is her own breathing. She slouches forward more, fingers sliding up into her hair, elbows propped up on the table, fighting to stay in the present when her mind demands she fixate on the past. Did you talk to Ikora yet? A new knife of guilt slides in. Shayora tries to swallow, but her throat is dry. She'd barely had the energy to come here. It makes her feel all the more worthless. No, Shayora finally says, her mind fuzzy, her response delayed. I will, she promises, because she knows that's what Aisha wants to hear. I'm sorry. Hey, no, Aisha says, putting a hand on Shayora's shoulder at some point. The tactile connection is a grounding presence, bringing Shayora back into the moment. Don't. We've all been through a lot. I should have paid attention to how hurt you were before when we went into the match. I'm sorry we fought. I'm sorry I yelled at you. Aisha's plaintive tone hurts as much as it helps. Shayora sinks into a slouch of defeat, feeling her closest friend suffering because of her own shortcomings. It only makes her feel smaller, guiltier. Shayora looks at Aisha out of the corner of her eye, seeing the twinned look of support and worry on her face. Can guardians be unfit for duty? Shayora wonders aloud, her voice muffled by the tabletop. I mean, Aisha replies. Her hesitation has a palpable sting. I don't know if I'm okay, Shayora finds the courage to admit. Her heart races as the words pass her lips. When she feels Aisha's arms around her shoulders, it steadies her pulse. Shayora relaxes into the supportive embrace of a friend. It's okay to not be okay, Aisha says, and for a moment Shayora believes it. For a moment, knives of doubt and guilt feel blunted. But only for a moment. That's why you should talk to Ikora. She knows. She understands. Drinks. The word startles Shayora. She can hear the whirring hiss of Reed Seven's articulated joints, the clank of his armor. They're hot. There's cinnamon in yours, Reed says, and Shayora musters the energy to give him a half-hearted thumbs up. I know you're upset about Sloane, Reed says, and suddenly Shayora's heart is racing in worry again. He says something else, but all she hears is the blood rushing in her ears and the thundering beat in her chest. Worried that he's waiting on her for a response, Shayora interjects with something non-committal. Thanks, she says weakly. The scent of apples and cinnamon hits her. It brings her back to her earliest memories as a guardian in the tower, when she first met Aisha and Reed. Shiora sits up enough to grab a steaming mug with 2 hands and drags the piping hot cider over to herself, breathing in the scent of happier times. "I know," Shiora finally says in a small, guilty voice. She doesn't know what she's referring to, but she assumes it's what they want to hear. "I'm sorry." "You don't need to apologize to us," Reed replies. "You should apologize to Lightka and his ghost." Mention of the Guardian Lightka twists those knives of guilt in Shiora's stomach. She breathes in the scent of cinnamon and apples again, deeply. These are her friends, she tries to remember. This is her family, she concedes. "It was Titan," Shiora finally admits, afraid of what the truth means, but unwilling to dig too deeply into her own terrifying delusions. "I was back on Titan, like when we were lightless, surrounded by Hive. There was this night. No matter how many times I killed him, he kept coming back. I should have died out there." "But you didn't," Aisha says. Shiora feels a hand on top of hers and sees Aisha squeezing her palm. It feels like it's happening to someone else, and yet it is still reassuring. "We got our light back, and what happens when the darkness closes in?" Shiora needs to know, though she knows neither Reed nor Aisha have the answer. Will she be lightless again? Alone? The thought of Sloane dying alone on the Arcology eviscerates her. Reed's hand joins Aisha's in a wordless reply. It isn't much, but it's enough. Pyrrhic Ascent boots. The wind carries a chorus of voices, some reverent, some frightened, some confused. The mosaic of conversations is a distracting din to Shiora, who rests at the edge of a terrace watching the crowded streets of onlookers, eyes upturned to the shadow of their silent god looming in the heavens. She can't help but feel that the people who dwell beneath the traveller do so out of desperation and delusion. They were told, for generations, that this was the only safe refuge on Earth. Even after that assumption had been challenged by the Red Legion, and now the Darkness, they cling to that desperate hope. They cling to an illusion of an all-powerful god that will protect them, when, Shiora believes, they had never been in any real danger before the traveller arrived. Shiora hears Aisha talking beside her, but her thoughts are distant. Shiora grunts a reply, hoping indifferent is enough. But Aisha keeps talking. Something about Chicago, about memory. Shiora grips the railing and watches the people staring up at the traveller, and she cannot bear to look up with them. I remember, Shiora finally replies, her own internal fears overlapping with memories of dark times that her fire team experienced below the ruins of Chicago. I never forgot how abandoned we felt, Shiora adds, a tightness in her voice. The day Gaul stole the light, when they were so far from home, when they went from hunters to hunted. Shiora also remembers what went unsaid. She remembers those feelings of desperation and abandonment, and how she would have accepted any opportunity if it meant living. Her desperate moment did not end in such darkness, but she cannot help but wonder about other Guardians. That when faced with the choice between annihilation and salvation, they might make the wrong choice. It is in that moment of quiet revelation that the traveller stirs for the first time in years. A glow builds within, a and only then does Shiora look up at her silent god. A wave of light washes over her, and it feels like absolution. While the city is awash in light, with the fearful and the faithful holding congress in the shadow of an indifferent god, Shiora slips away into the crowd. She does not need to witness the traveller's grandiose power to know what is being asked of her, and she does not need time to set herself to work. Shiora's path is clear. Pyrrhic Ascent Greaves. Guardians are arriving from all across the system. Even the hunters are coming back. Reed Seven's ghost has been giving him updates on the minute for the last half hour. He hasn't been able to move since he reached the railing at the edge of the roof. Seeing the traveller doing anything is cause for alarm, but seeing the traveller radiating pulses of light like some kind of beacon is nearly enough to stop the Titan's synthetic heart. He knows his ghost is still talking, but he's effectively tuned it out. Aisha and Shiora are on a lower terrace, far enough away that Reed can't hear them talking, just observe their body language. Both look tense. Shiora most of all, but for all that Reed wants to watch them, he can't seem to keep his eyes away from the traveller. From the seething waves of blue-white light that erupt from inside its cracked shell, from the way the waves make him feel as they wash over him. It is a vindication to his hope that the traveller would not abandon humanity in their hour of need. He wants Shiora to see that, to feel his faith, but each time he looks at her, she seems more distant. Reed, his ghost says for the 5th time. Reed finally acknowledges his name, looking at his ghost with uneasy silence. I feel strange. Something's happening. It's more a plea to the Guardian than anything. A plea of uncertainty and helplessness. Even his ghost couldn't tell if the coming tide was going to wash them all away. If this was how the final moments of the collapse were felt. But in this moment, Reed's only thoughts go to Shiora and Aisha. He looks down at them. He sees Aisha staring up at the traveller with wide-eyed awe. He sees Shiora looking down over the edge of the terrace. Her indifference weighs heavy, even as the traveller throbs like a beating heart, and then erupts into a blinding flash of light. Reed's last thoughts before the light hits him are of his fire team, his family. When the light fades, when his optic sensors recalibrate, he is moved to simulated tears. The traveller hangs like a moon over the city, whole. Reed's faith is reaffirmed in that instant, and tested when he sees Shiora walking away while the city erupts into cheers. Pyrrhic Ascent Bond. There is naught but silence in the void. Frost collects on the inside of the cockpit of Shiora's jump ship. Her breath is visible as a cold fog. Fragments of ghost shells are scattered atop the console, each glittering with a faint sheen of ice. The warlock stares at her reflection in the shattered console navigation panel. Fragmented. Broken. You are late for your weekly scheduled trials match, Shiora's ghost chirps from over her shoulder. She does not look away from her broken reflection. Do you want me to elevate the atmospheric controls so the ship is warmer on your return? Shiora blinks her eyes shut, then opens them, fixed on her ghost. The cold is a reminder, Shiora says like a mantra. She looks back at the fragmented shells of the dead ghosts and clenches her hands into fists. I am ready. Sheora is torn apart into motes of light and threads of energy, reformed into the simulation of Mercury mid-stride. She walks straight past Reed and Aisha toward the lighthouse, purpose behind her every movement. Come on. Sheora's attention is focused ahead at another group of guardians, to an awoken warlock, much like herself, whom she has heard much of. Sheora steadies herself, heart racing. She is committed. Pyrrhic Ascent Cloak. There's still snow in the cockpit of my jumpship, Aisha says after she appears in a crackling wave of latticework from the subordinate Vex conflux now running simulations of the lighthouse from the safety of the tower. Is that why you're late? Reed 7 asks, and Aisha's chest tightens. She feigns a smile and spreads her hands, playing off her nervousness. And Sheora isn't, she jabs back. She's coming, Reed says, and then more pointedly asks, how long did you stick around the stranger's camp after we left? Aisha looks away, as if to contemplate the graphical fidelity of the lighthouse, jaw set and shoulders tense. Couple hours, she says quietly. I moved around. A House of Salvation was putting down stakes out near some Vex ruins. I wanted to make sure they didn't stick. Feeling anxious, she presses 2 fingers to her neck, transmatting her helmet around her head in a flash of light. Reed snorts and nods. This is weird, right? He drops the topic of Europa. Aisha isn't sure what he's on about. The simulation. A Saint's little combat closet. It feels real, he continues. It is real. I mean, we are. The space is I don't know, magic. But me and you, the Guardians, we're all us, Aisha explains with emotion around herself. The dangers may be simulated, but that doesn't make the effects any less real. Saint wouldn't have it any other way. You didn't go into the Infinite Forest, did you? Hell no, Reed quickly admits. Couldn't pay me enough to. Can't stand the Vex. He adds with a shudder. You know how you are with spiders? That's me with the Vex. Don't know why, don't care. Aisha looks down at one of her hands, fingers curling against her palm. She closes her eyes, considers Reed, and then gathers up the confidence to make a confession as Sheora manifests into the simulated space mid-stride. She walks straight past Reed and Aisha toward the lighthouse. Come on. Sheora's brusque entrance elicits a concerned look between Reed and Aisha, but they say nothing more on the matter. Pyrrhic Ascent Bond. Reed 7's head disappears behind the occluding barrier of Vex architecture, inaccessible from the scout rifle scope. The rifle's wielder, an awoken warlock, lowers his firearm and grunts in frustration. He kicks off the ground, stepping up into the air and glides across the sky in search of a better vantage point. It's here that another body impacts him in a tackle, sending him crashing to the ground far below. The warlock scout rifle rattles out of his hand on impact. He switches to his gold-plated sidearm as he rises up onto one knee, only to have the gun swatted aside by the flat of a curved sword. Sheora, carried aloft on wings of fire, slowly descends from the air. She moves the sword's blade from hand to throat. Go on, her quarry says. You earned it. But Sheora isn't thinking about the match. This isn't about the trials. It's about discipline. I know what you did on Europa, Sheora says to the warlock. I know you're a traitor to the light. At first, he opens his mouth to speak a denial, but then he tenses and takes a step back. It's not that simple, the warlock says, shaking his head. You haven't talked to Eris. You don't understand. The warlock's words were cut off as Sheora lunges in, smashing the butt of her sword against his face, shattering part of his helmet and knocking him to the ground. The warlock groans, grasping at his face, then looks up at Sheora in vivid anger. It's not illegal. The Vanguard. I am not here on behalf of the Vanguard, Sheora says with imperious certainty. Flames begin to spread down the length of her sword. I am here on behalf of the light. The warlock snorts and smiles sarcastically. His body language implies he doesn't respect her power. I'm not afraid of you. Come on, end the match. I'm not here for you, Sheora insists. Now, he feels fear. Aisha and Reed arrive a moment later, guns raised and ready to assist Sheora. She fights back a scowl at seeing them, but turns her attention to the ghost hovering at the warlock's side. Shay? Aisha asks, a nervous tremor in her voice. Sheora lashes out, striking the ghost with her sword and knocking it to the ground. The Guardian opens his mouth to shout a plea, but Sheora quickly draws her sidearm and plants a round in his forehead. The ghost chirps, squawks, damaged but alive. She holsters her sidearm again and looks to the ghost. Shay! Reed shouts, and she hears him rushing up behind her. She wouldn't be dragged away. Not this time. Sheora turns and expels a blast of force from her palm that knocks Reed onto his back. She quickly reorients to the ghost and raises her sword for another strike, when suddenly, her legs prickle with the unearthly chill of deep space. Sheora tries to let out a scream, but her lungs flash freeze, and crystals of stasis energy encrust her body. She turns her head just enough to make eye contact with Aisha and witness the unthinkable. The last person she sees before her world is ice and darkness. Her closest friend, forsaking the light, embracing the darkness. The look of betrayal on Sheora's face freezes in the ice. Reed watches as blue-black ice crusts over Sheora's legs, snuffs out her fire, and freezes her arm solid, sword and all. Feather ice bristles off of her body, along with waves of visible cold. Reed's focus snaps to Aisha, one hand extended, and waves of cold emanating from her outstretched palm. She had saved the ghost from Sheora, but the power she wields. He knows it isn't the light. He knows this will change everything. Aisha couldn't understand in that moment what was going through Sheora's mind, or how much of a betrayal this moment was. But in time, Aisha hoped her friends would come to understand and forgive her. Color of speed. Eva Levante threads a needle with fine white silk. A lone lamp lights the wood grain of her table and the length of handsome black cloth in front of her. She only touches this garment at night, when her small flat in the last city is shrouded in secrecy. With each stitch, she recalls the strange encounter some months ago that prompted her clandestine work. It was late that evening. She had been walking back from the tower, nearly home, when she heard a smooth voice quietly assert, "Eva, it's been too long. You look as bright as ever." Osiris melted out of the shadows near her doorway. The ex-outfitter snorted. That's faint praise coming from someone who's been 50 for several centuries. My age shows in other ways. May I come in? Of course. She opened the door and noticed how he looked over both shoulders before crossing the threshold. It's good to see you back in the tower, Osiris. Eva watched him out of the corner of her eye as she put the kettle on. I take it you're not here on official Vanguard business. No, I'm not. I'm here to ask a favor, or contract your services. Whichever you'd prefer. Osiris perched uncomfortably on the edge of her couch. Eva smiled. His regalia looked a bit absurd, set against the mundanity of a cozy apartment. I'm always happy to grant a favor to an old friend, even if I'm the old one now. She examined her self-serious visitor with a gentle gaze. What do you need? A custom hunter cloak. Something that resembles feathers of a crow. I'm sure there are plenty of outfitters in the tower that would do a fine job. I gave up on custom outfits years ago, after my fingers started to go. She massaged her knuckles reflexively. I need someone I can trust. Someone who can keep a secret. Osiris fixed her with his inscrutable gaze. If you agree, a ghost called Glint will come by later to help choose the fabric. A secret cloak. This is just the type of thing Cade used to come to me for. In fact, the last hunter cloak I sewed was for him. She drifted off sorrowfully and poured the tea. Now, months later, she puts the finishing touches on the requested garment. The black fabric soaks in the meager light, highlighting the delicate white silk. It's as fine a work as she's ever done. Eva can't help but wonder who the new cloak is for. Who could warrant such secrecy? She just hopes it will be worn by as worthy a hunter as her last. Dead Man's Tale. Galen IV's warbeast leads us through balmy Venusian jungle, our rifles low, our ghosts high in the canopy like sentry drones. My vehicle is old, needs maintenance. Been running too long without cutting the engine, I say. Galen sends me a sideways look. That shipwright still around? She used to make cider in the autumn. I swear she kept us like a pack of strays. I sigh. No, I mean this thing. I run my hand over my body. Besides, you know I can't go back there. I straighten the leather wrap around my Tex Foundry rifle. You know, I literally tune myself, right? Asked the exo-hunter. Why? You're immortal. And you're not? I know, but I'm slower. I feel slower. Uh-huh. Just not like what I used to feel like. Not spry. Not up here either. I tap my helmet. Tragedy. I feel for you. Have Gilgamesh tune you then. I chuckle. Yeah, he'd love that. You two having issues again? I shake my head in a stiff, narrow line. You think we come back the same every time? I do. Straight from the manufacturer, Galen IV says. Sometimes I get the feeling something's different. Galen stops and squints at me. I dip my head and let my hood fall forward. Nothing I can put my finger on. Just little things. Adjustments. You think he's changing you? Galen's voice sounds more serious than surprised. I wait too long to answer. It's not because I don't know my answer, but because I want to feel like I still doubt it. I raise my head. Galen meets my eyes and looks up to the canopy. He leans his shoulder into me and drops his voice to a whisper. My clip's a good one, but you need to realize ghosts don't know anything. Nobody does, they're just like us. They get curious, they question. If you think something's coming unwound, you need to sit down and talk it out. Wait, did Clip change you? Please, Galen scoffs. You're paranoid. He turns to keep walking and calls back. Life changes you. Same with them. I'm the only one who stays the same. Galen raises a fist and we stop. His warbeast sniffs the air and turns us east. We continue walking. What do you name the beast? Castus. You've been reading too many of the spider's books. Some of them are good. I laugh. Aren't you the man that said anything you got tying you down could be made into a noose? Yeah, some time ago. You've been taking a lot of jobs with him? Those fallen? You're one to talk, Emperor's lackey. Some of those elixni aren't so bad. Shell of Gilgamesh. I don't want to do this, Catabasis said flatly. His legs hung over the precipice of a towering Vex pillar on Nessus. Callus's pleasure barge whirred as engines fired to life in the distance. A job every now and then's one thing. Catabasis thumbed the small royal jewel seated in his newly gifted Imperial coin. He didn't know if this was an invitation one could refuse, and operating outside of the city's jurisdiction had become more and more lucrative in a time when consensus resources felt taxed beyond their limit. Without a hunter Vanguard soliciting reports of his activities, it had become all too easy to slip away on illicit solo missions. Gilgamesh, Catabasis' ghost, leered at the Guardian before pivoting to bask in the shadow of the Leviathan. The trust of an emperor isn't something to squander. It was a trust Kata and Gilly had fought hard to obtain, tracking game through the jungles of Venus, poaching strange quantum jellyfish in the storms of Saturn, putting down Red Legion traitors, anyone seeking to corral Callus and his loyalists into a paddock for Caital's judgment. Catabasis' hunts had always been painted against the grand planetscape of a wild frontier. He wasn't a fan of fish in a barrel, and he didn't want to become one. Something about sitting in a Cabal cruiser in empty space felt awfully like a sealed barrel, surrounded by ocean. Locked in, with nowhere to run. More like I'm the only one left listening to his ranting. Catabasis pocketed the Imperial. His kid is making him antsy. Probably reckless too. I swear the Reddies were gunning down at just anyone Callus can find with a name worth taking. He stated nonchalantly. Is that so bad? Used to be the only difference between Reddies and Callus's boys was politics. I don't mind throwing some political lead down range so long as it's isolated. But this is the dark, little buddy. Feels wrong. Feels like something we shouldn't mess with on our own. You can accept his offer and crew up, or take your sorry self back to the city and wait for orders from an empty chair. Gilly sneered. Think of what we could learn. Those wannabe godslayers chasing stasis on Europa had one thing right. Power decides the future. We should have been there to take it with them. Voyage to the Darkness isn't the story I was hoping to retire on. Catabasis chuckled before continuing. Well, maybe it is. I've been tired lately. The light is getting thinner, Catabasis. I can feel it, sharing space with something else we've yet to tap. Gilly swung round to face his guardian. We need something to fall back on, friend. We've been around for a long time. We've always been taught to mind our step. Stay in the sun, right? But what happened the second we started to choose our own path out in the shadows? The hunter looked to his ghost. We got stronger, richer. Gilly had a nose for this sort of thing. Every time Catabasis had listened to him, Gilly had led him to a new discovery, a new power, taught him to wield the Arkstaff, taught him to dance through the shadows. These discoveries had their prices, their scars, their lessons. But what are scars to an immortal? Captain's Log, Entry 1, Charon's Silhouette. This page is blighted with mold and the imprint of a memory. The words seep experience into your open mind. Through the eyes of Catabasis. A royal invitation got me as far as the inner reliquary. I enter the belly of the Leviathan, unattended. My eyes catch on the runs in Calus's crestfallen banners. His inner halls don't gleam. Reminds me of stories from the Golden Age. Polish the veneer and present them on a platter, but when you peel back the layers, it's just old. Past, with prime far behind. Ahead, a legionary in Loyalist Guild nods to me and swings open a door. A manufactured version of Calus stands tall on the other side. Its likeness mirrors the Tribute Hall's automaton, and many other status quo bots I'd spoken to him through. The statue of Calus whines to life.
You're early, but I suppose your tribe is always ahead of the pack, Hunter. Should I have this room moved, that you may stroll the Leviathan's halls that much longer, and appreciate my hospitality?
I'm not sure what he wants to hear. She's an impressive beast. I've come to take the job. I turn it like an offer. Uncomfortable silence.
Come and see me, Catabasis. I have a gift for you.
The statue points toward a domed chamber. Its curled walls sport every kind of trophy. Bones on hooks, taxidermy wrapped around terrified eyes and final moments. A clutch of councillors watches me as they take mechanical plates from 3 other identical statues of Calus surrounding them. They huddle about a towering cage of filigreed alloys and woven circuitry, fitting the plates to it with sacramental focus, until the cage becomes a tomb around a pearlescent seat supporting a lonesome figure within.
What an auspicious early arrival. Come, witness my containment. Few have seen this.
Calus wheezes from inside the cage, his voice like taut suffocation. Calus's withering form swells and jostles. My thoughts stink of disgust, and he can smell it.
I am no more trapped here than you are by your light. You assume this flesh satisfies me? How small. My automatons stand as monuments of my image, reflections of my breadth. They are, as I am, one collective self, as nothing is.
I grip my teeth and look on, stepping sideways to see him from a different angle. His skin is mottled with sickly translucence that grips my stomach.
Your thoughts are as open as your fears, Catabasis. Come, look upon me and let my counselors assuage them.
Councillors lay more thick plates over Calus's living misery, brushing past me as they finish, and exiting the room with my inhibitions. Mechanisms within the plates engage as plum light emits from the slits between them. Nacre runs smooth around the frame and into a throne-like cup of solid nobility. Beneath the throne, Hoses bubble viscous royal wine into the sealed frame. Callus looks through me, eyes like clumped chalk, as the last councillor fastens a faceplate into position. Deep orbs illuminate the faceplate, like wild eyes in the open pitch of night. We are alone.
What do you know of lies, Catabasis?
I pick between the words. There are a lot of different kinds.
And all of them are weakness.
Callus's voice spills from the containment vessel and floods the room.
Gods do not lie. Like me, they have neither the capacity nor the reason. True power cannot be threatened. It does not compel deception. And yet, I have been betrayed by one I thought to be the final divinity.
Sounds like you got swindled. I quickly blunt the question with respect. Emperor?
When the darkness found me adrift in the cosmos, rejected by a people I had made, I thought to have found a confidant. No, an idol. They promised to return to me to uplift me, that we may dance together among the stars and drink of their dying ecstasy till the end as one. But their chilling little fleet came and went. It was luscious, and so many tasted so much. Yet I am empty. Nothing. Trapped in this limbo of their lie.
And gods don't lie, I proffer.
Precisely. To be seen.
Callus pauses to heap the drama.
For what we really are, underneath the surface, is bliss.
All four statues step forward to bear Callus's vessel. His voice resounds from all of them simultaneously.
Come, cast a shadow in my halls and drink. Soon, we will speak to the liar, and separate from it the truth.
Frenetic scrawl, inked in the margin reads, Smuggler's switch is still working. Maintenance side hatch. Had to kick in the vent. Entry 2. Lust and Reappropriation, Part 1. This page is blighted with mold, and the imprint of a memory. The words seep experience into your open mind, through the eyes of Catabasis. Our disheveled thresher rattles through lean Nessian atmosphere. Callus's words ring in my ears over the storm rush of re-entry. The ship is yours to claim. Most of the seats in the drop hold are empty. A scion officer named Kinzik sits across from me. Her eye hasn't left me since we boarded. To my right, a craggy Cabal Centurion, complete with demolition satchels and a projection rifle, adjusts the connectors on his pressure suit. He'd been assigned to make sure none of the other Cabal tried to kill me. Seems news of my command had rendered a number of the crew indignant. I prod first. I can't imagine hiding a ship from the Legion was easy on Nessus. To be honest, I'm surprised they haven't tried to storm the Leviathan.
They would die.
Grumbles the Centurion.
Bad strategy.
What does it matter? Callus saw fit to give you a ship, Catabasis. My ghost, Gilgamesh, glares at me. Kinzik sneers and leans forward. Her voice seethes from her helmet. The Legion is stirred by Caital's rousing, human. I recognize the tinge of malice in her address. And the fall of Tora Battle. She sends heralds of her fleet. Ships come and go without stories recorded. We pass unnoticed for some time. The brute bows his head. First time hearing of it. You're saying they won't notice a ship taking off? I ask. For some time, Gilly quotes the scion. But normally they would, because it's a Legion ship, and you've set me up to commit thievery.
All Cabal ships belong to Callus,
The Centurion growls.
and Kinzik does not answer to you.
Right. My shoulders slump forward, head resting in my hands as the thresher touches down. We disembark onto prickly, milk-rich soil, turning away from the sun as the deep green sky slowly bleeds out. A congested Cabal shipyard glows in the distance against the crest of dark, riding the horizon.
You are Catabasis.
The Cabal is speaking to me. He gestures to himself.
Ba Toran.
You're my skullcracker. I point to my ghost. Name's Gilgamesh, or Gilly. Ba-Turan considers for a moment and nods.
I do that. But you will need to know my name if we find battle.
I'm not looking to have a shootout with an entire base. I think the plan is more a quiet reappropriation of goods, Bato.
I do not like that.
Gillies didn't take it first, but time wears you down. Gilly nods to Bato, who nods back with a grunt and begins walking. We follow him across the bluffs toward the yard, into flatland desolate and sunless gloom. The shipyard is a massive pulverized flat of rough tarmac and shanty barracks surrounded by a barrier fence. It overflows with craft ranging across eras of the Cabal Empire. On the far ends of the strip, Gilly spots arc lights shining. A figure, draped in azure raiment, stands above a throng of Cabal, drawing attention like thunder. Whatever he's saying, they believe it. Gilly catches a few words. It's the same talk you hear anywhere else someone's been forgotten. Blame, looking for a hole to fester in, wrestling at the edges with tepid hope, at risk of falling back down into the past. Frenetic scrawl, inked in the margin reads, Maintenance hall off the cargo bay door. Cozy spot floorside. Entry 3. Lust and Reappropriation, Part 2. This page is blighted with mold, and the imprint of a memory. The words seep experience into your open mind, through the eyes of Catabasis. Smaller ships flock like parasites around a centerpiece flagship. Kinzik points to it. A Cabal carrier-class warship. Glykon Volatus. She touches her finger to the yard's perimeter barrier and says, Over, as if directing an animal. Kinzik flattens her palm against the ground and displaces the radio layer in saturation with a bubble of void energy. It bursts and launches her and Bato over the barrier. I follow on steps of light, my Tex Mechanica rifle dangling from a loose strap. Bato settles last on uneasy jet bursts. Kinzik steps in front of him and calibrates a device on his chest plate before Bato turns to face me.
One of your transmat.
He grumbles.
I will stop their signal receiver, so our ship is hidden until we remove its locational anchor.
We separate into the silent yard to our tasks. Kinzik and I weave through a field of parked interceptors, as Bato does his best to stay inconspicuous on his way to a gargantuan signal dish at the adjacent edge of the yard. The daunting bow of the Glykon Volatus looms, obstructing the sky like a blooded wave rearing up to consume us. I duck behind the frontal landing gear while Kinzik opens a service chute to the command deck. I peek through the open hatch. Down the hall, a lone scion runs diagnostics on the bridge. I carefully crawl inside and slip the long rifle from my back. Shoot it. Guns are loud, Gil. He wasn't totally off kilter. One thought from that scion could alert the whole yard. Ignorance. The word ripples through my brain in Kinzic's seething voice. She will not. I didn't invite you in here, I thought. The ripple spreads. Yours is a mind unfocused and taxed. Chaos, where reason should lie. We need this ship, Gilly whispers. He swings into my peripheral view. If you don't do something, that scion is going to have every Cabal in the sector on us. Kinzic surfaces from the hatch and kneels beside us. This is Yric's ghost. She will not reveal us. She's Red Legion. Callus would see her executed. Scions fly many colors, but within the Cabal, we exist in Congress, moving toward our own future. She will recognize my contribution as I hers, Kinzic says, stepping forward. Gilly watches Kinzic approach the other scion. If this sours, don't give it the chance. His words cinch around my lungs. Short breaths of wary anticipation escape. I sight my long gun and wait. Uric stiffens as she becomes aware of Kinzic. She turns. They bow their heads together, the two empathize and come to one understanding in silence. Whatever ambitions they have go further than this ship, this moment, this Cabal. I hadn't thought that way since I last wore the veneer of a Guardian. Sold a dream of an immortal city shielded by light, as if it could go on forever. Forever is just a hope folks don't live long enough to see crumble. Yrix looks to Gilly and me and to my rifle, unthreatened. I feel her request for temperance and a tranquil reassurance of their cause. For a moment, I feel young. I stand. We warm the launch engines as Yrix slips away to join the throng and let us be. Barto materializes onto the bridge out of transmat and out of breath. He manages a few prideful words.
Charges set. We will not be tracked.
The Glykon breaks atmosphere as a colossal explosion rocks the shipyard and shutters through our hull. Flames spit across the distant yard below, spreading into a bonfire of heirlooms. Barto called it the spark that burns the path to fuel the future. Better than the other way around. Frenetic scrawl, inked in the margin reads, "Doors on the fritz. Been that way since we dove. Staying away from this one." Entry 4. Well of Absence. This page is blighted with mold, and the imprint of a memory. The words seep experience into your open mind, through the eyes of catabasis. Blood meets a slurry of oil and dark ether draining into runoff vents in the cabin floor. I sit. A savage din echoes through the harvester craft. I can hear them in the war beast pens below deck, gnashing teeth maddeningly chewing through their restraints, the wet slaps of their bodies battering the walls. Barto boards the harvester under a hail of tiny stones.
The hold is secured, and casualties collected.
He shuts the bay to the reef storm behind him. How many? I ask, noticing the two of us are alone. He mistakes concern for weakness.
We will be ready for tomorrow's harvest.
I shift the question. How many more of these things does Kinzic want?
2 days of harvest before leaving the shore.
She tell you what for?
No more than you.
Following blind orders something that sits well with you?
Kinzic does not answer to you, Lightbearer.
So I've heard. More than once.
My father spoke like you. Questioned.
Barto grumbles, laying down his gear.
He abandoned Callus to join Gaul's coup. Disgraced our bloodline. I threw off my father's shackles and pledged my life to the Emperor. I was shown mercy. Soon, I will reclaim the clout of my line and the right to sire. Loyalty is not blindness. Loyalty is rewarded.
Sounds like he turned away from a losing battle to one he thought he could win.
He left when hope seemed small, before he could see victory through.
Barto pauses, pensive.
Callus will expose the secrets of the darkness, and use them to reclaim Torobatl. It will be.
Kinzik blocks the entrance into her lab. It had been hastily transferred from Leviathan to Glykon after our procurement of the ship. All manner of vicious-looking machinery. She raises a finger to my face. Her language restructures in my mind. You do not belong here. I need to know exactly what you're using them for. Why? They are animals. Our beasts of burden. I ponder the ethics. They used to be something else. A deadened part buried and ignored. But such concern for a hunter. She meant to pin me to Cade. Ain't any different from defiling a corpse. You people honor your dead, don't you? I do not answer to you. Kinzik seethes into my mind. She brushes me away and moves to shut the door. Barto does. His soldiers do. Do you want me to politely ask the scorn into confinement? Or do you want to be straight with me? She scowls at me. Where is your ghost? Anger maintenance? Come, Kinzik says, leading me inside the lab to a bundle of large vats adorned with all manners of pumps and wiring. This. She slides a viewing port open on the frontmost vat. Rabid, scorn eyes lock with mine through the viewport. Dark fluid roils as the creature flails and fumes, muted shrieks into the liquid. Natural connection to darkness made stronger. Their minds linked like ours, but without barons. There is nothing to fill them. I watch it claw frantically against the vat wall until I hear the grating tone of bone-raw fingertips digging into the metal. A touch more violent than I'd expect from a mindless thing, I say. They subsist off the last thought imposed on them. Kill for Fikrul, for the lost prince. But Kinzik presses her hand to the tank. She fixates her eye on the scorn, and it mellows. Her words are strained. With effort, their psyche is a vessel, through which many expressions can commune. She releases the scorn, exhausted, and it drowns again, eyes shrieking terror. Too many for this one to inhabit. How does that help us? Callus will draw the darkness into them, and we will squeeze from them all they know. How? I insist. When we arrive at the anomaly, you will see. Frenetic scrawl inked in the margin reads, Fungus choked off the turbine maintenance deck. If you find a way in, throw the switch. Entry 5. Feast your eyes. This page is blighted with mold, and the imprint of a memory. The words seep experience into your open mind. Through the eyes of catabasis. 6 hard weeks in the reef. Scorn, hive, and horrors enough. I still prefer the open shore to the Glykon, but it's earning its keep. We crossed the belt and anchored our gravity off Phobos, an old Cabal base still holding an operational tether. I volunteered to clear the base of Taken and get out a bit. Didn't even get a fire team together before we realized the damn things were docile. Against the anomaly, our little serpent ship was a worm, a speck, like a distant star you squish between your fingers. The bottomless pit where Mars used to be fills every starboard porthole. Crew stand in the viewing chamber for hours. Some get dragged out. The immensity of it, a planet-wide fathom of hissing dark, boundless, and us, planted on the edge of reason, it defies you. Callus docked with us yesterday, his scribe not but 2 steps behind him, perused the stock, picked out the first one for what they're calling a communion. They brought something on board. Scorn haven't shut up since. Kinzik is getting it ready in the viewing chamber. Gilly's eyeing it too, looking through portals. I hear him at night, whispering. It's the same, all the way through. You were right, Catabasis. It's all just a cage, a prison, but so much bigger than we thought. What are we doing here? Frenetic scroll, inked in the margin reads, you can rest midway above the turbine grinder. The noise covers your moments. Entry 6. Excess of Avarice. This page is blighted with mold and the imprint of a memory. The words seep experience into your open mind, through the eyes of Callus, the Cacoethes.
A crowd has gathered to stand with me, their emperor, soon to be so much more. Amsot spread word of my arrival. They clamored to be the first in my presence in the viewing chamber. I spot the Guardian and his little light as well. An extra morsel of bait. The ghost watches while the Guardian resigns to the rear. Pity. All come to view the zenith of my labors. I am omnipresent. Every angle that can be seen is seen by my statues at every corner. My plated carriage monitors the crown for aberrations. It is adorned with gold from the castellum for my viewing. I paid many lives to pry it free from hive clutches, but it bent most agreeably. Its ability to bridge minds and bring them to submit. I see my tributes, scorn, gibbering nonsense in unison, lashed and plugged to the crown. A thorn-made tool in my brilliance. My daring counselors anchor their psyches and prepare to begin the communion. Greatness is before us. These watchers, I shall thrill them. I clap 4 monumental pairs of hands. Let it begin. I turn all my gaze to the chamber's expansive viewing window as shutters unveil the grave of Mars. 10 drillic bands of phasing darkness spiral from the anomaly's core, enrapturing all of me, beckoning into the depth of its core with whispers like hooks through nervous flesh. I gape into the stimulating writhe. Yes. My counselors place their hands on the crown and focus cognition through it. They pry open the Scorn's collective synaptic pathways and sew them into the fabric of the anomaly's mimetic sphere. The Glycon strains against the pull. Velocity surges forward to the anomaly. The surrounding reality tears away. We hold, suspended before the writhe. It fills all sight. Nothing, just beyond the bend. Time ceases, and the cosmos arcs to accommodate my will. Now, delight in me. I emulated all of me in your image, stretched my mind to live through so many. I reaped the pleasures and experiences of every vessel, but despite my sundry perspectives, I still only see through my own eyes, and I want more. I peer into the dark nothing. You are oblivion. Not a destruction, but a melding of all that has come to pass. I wish to become as you are, to gorge on existence, to collect your promise to elevate me. My laughter is wild, and all of my forms transfix on the swirling anomaly. Look upon me! The cosmos bends and snaps as I stand. Return to my feeble reality. Ignored again. A scorn shriek nonsense in unison. It drowns out of the whispers. It is all any of me can hear. I reach out as you showed me when we last met. I split open each scorn mind from my carriage, searching for you. Nothing. Every time, so I tear open their bodies, fitfully pulling limb from socket, mind from skull, scouring them for your presence. I search until the shrieking can only be heard from distant pens. I meet the eyes of each crew member who would not look away. In them, I see it. You, peering back behind the tension. An observer.
Frenetic scroll, inked in the margin reads, "Dug out a spot underneath the refuse pit. It's still running, so be quick." Entry 7. Aya. This page is blighted with mold and the imprint of a memory. The words seep experience into your open mind. Through the eyes of catabasis. Restless sleep, plagued by the nightmare. I am in the streets when the sirens start. I lay watching the traveller for a long time. Disbelief. The gap in thought of a semi-automatic mind. Red Legion sweeps. I see their harrowing fusillades tear annihilation through the tower. Everyone is standing, but me. Debris falling. I am separated. I reach for Gilgamesh and he is gone. The cage chokes our light. Fire chases me from street to street. No light, no ammunition. The city is burning. Faceless zephyrs screaming to me beneath a pitiless god. Red-plated death lines the walls and the city is burning. I flee. My steps weighted down by guilt. The city is burning, and you did nothing. Gil's broken star finds my shame. There is only us, forging survival. Together, we crawl to exile. Frenetic scroll, inked in the margin reads, "Nightmare's back. Took months, but it always comes back. In force this time. Every night since we took on our cargo, they've been howling. I swear they're 3 decks down, but you can still hear them. Gil's been wandering the ship more." Entry 8. Acheron's Wall. This page is blighted with mold and the imprint of a memory. The words seep experience into your open mind. Through the eyes of catabasis. Callus's tomb carriage overlooks the viewing chamber once again. All his forms stand around a garish mass of metal and apprehension. The crown, as he called it. Fewer crew members attend this communion after so many failed attempts. Gilly and I stand above a host of chattering carcasses. Plugs and cables run from them into the flesh of an ether-logged scorn beneath an ugly crown. The gold from the castellum is flush with tarnish, stemming from some kind of lichen that had burrowed its way into the precious metal adornment since the last communion attempt. I thought gold didn't stain, I say to Gilly. It's an expression of purity. Like the light. I grunt. Gilly fixates on the crown, on the viewing window and the depth beyond. Barto takes the spot next to me and leans against the railing.
Are all guardians ruled by uncertainty?
Councillors approach the crown. Barto, in my experience, people who are too sure of themselves tend to die. The councillors place their hands to the crown, and suddenly, I am greatly aware of this room's stillness. Our tilt. Barto raises his voice over the intensifying chatter.
Your ghost speaks to the scorn as much as they can.
Curious, that's all. Looking for an angle, something we can use. Ain't that right, Gilly? I ask, trying to hide my suspicion. Gilgamesh says nothing. Iris frozen ahead as the viewing curtain completes its retraction. Velocity surges forward toward the anomaly, tearing away the surrounding reality. The sound of Callus's feverish, multifold laughter drowns the Hall's groans for mercy. It's different this time. Not a passage. It's a wall. We crash hard, but not all at once. It's a steady, tumbling impact. Always down. The cosmic bands bend around us and shudder as they're drawn into thin, bright needles of diminishing relevance. Peripheral obliteration mainlined and burnt through. The space between each needle of light expands until it is. The transition is like a reluctant membrane, a depth of souls frozen over and wailing. The ice grinds against itself at the ecliptic barrier between form and expression. We cross, sunless, adrift on empty currents with no direction. Where's the Emperor? Frenetic scrawl, inked in the margin reads, They keep an offshoot of the hangar locked. If no one's using it. Entry 9. Heretical Flesh. This page is blighted with mold, and the imprint of a memory. The words seep experience into your open mind. Through the eyes of an empty vessel. Dormant. Bound. Threat. Storm outside. Rain, a soft thirst. Flashes show shapes. Shapes I know. Gentle whispers reach from me. To all. As father, as Vicral. Barons. Kells. Gone. Another voice. Pressing. Fear and confusion. No. The mind beneath this one screams to the surface. Nothing. Scorn. A son. Fallen. Elixni. King? Acris. Does not bow. Arise. Commands the voice, buried in whispers. Acris does not bow. But Acris is dead. Peeled away. The spine of the Glycon breaks, its vertebrae now interchanging. Scorn howl to herald the crossing into nothing. Through the locus, they hear the whispers and obey. Meet salvation. Frenetic scrawl, inked in the margin reads, There's a scanner array off the hull near the hangar. I patched a line through to it to check Kinzic's feed. Needed somewhere to listen. Entry 10. Blood in the Barrel. This page is blighted with mold and the imprint of a memory. The words seep experience into your open mind through the eyes of catabasis. Weeks bleed away.
Where is your ghost?
Barto grunts as he throws a crushed scorn into a tangle of festering dark tendrils. These fungal growths had grown across the Glykon during the timeless expanse since their plunge, and only continued to spread. I don't know, I sputter as I pull a ragged blade from my gut. Off fraternizing somewhere. I'm here. What do you need? Gilly says, appearing. Fewer holes, I groan. Barto looks to the three Scorn that had ambushed us, now returned to the grave.
The rest will feel their death. How much farther?
Assuming the ship hasn't shifted again. Not far once this one gets up. Gilly gestures to me. Is Kinzik certain severing the crown will send us back? It'll work. We better not have dug up this command key for nothing, I reply, holding up an Imperial security key.
You said it was to stop the Scorn!
Barto roars. Stopping them doesn't matter if we don't get out.
I pledged my life to Callus, and you want me to forsake him?
He towers over me. I know a thing or two about abandonment. He used you to get what he wanted, just like he used me. He's gone, Barto, and we're close to follow. Where does that leave your bloodline? I stand as a wave racks the Glykon. It isn't something you see, more like a light bulb bursting. A long blink before the pins and shivers wash over. Numb. I can hear it moving through the ship like cold metal tension. The three Scorn snap and contort in grotesque reanimation. You're welcome to stay, Skullcracker. We make it to the ship's bridge, howls tracking us down every hall. I seal the door with the command key and meet Kinzik beneath the command console at the entrance to the viewing chamber. She stands, encircled by 15 loyalist soldiers. This is everyone? I ask. Kinzik nods. I insert the command key into the viewing chamber door. After a moment, pistons disengage, and the door opens. Kinzik focuses for a moment. Empty. Her voice rings from her. We enter the viewing chamber. The soldiers take up positions around the room. Barto strides past the darkness-infested crown and drops to his knees at the open viewing window. He stares into the endless.
How do we choose who deserves our loyalty?
I walk to his side. Everyone's got their own way. No one's right. You don't owe anyone anything, Barto. Kinzik signals that she is ready. As I approach the crown, I watch her eye trace the scorched handprints of each councillor that last communed here. Shrieks echo down the steps leading to the bridge. Metallic scraping heralds the flame. I will do this so that others may live. Kinzik's voice flows. I did not intend suffering, but should have expected Callus's deceit. Ambition to steal away his secrets damned us all. Get us out of here and we're square. She plants her next words into my mind. I will, because you do not belong here. She places her palms on the crown. Velocity surges backward into infinity, tearing away the surrounding reality. We stand in nothing. 17 defenders back to back around Kinzik and the crown. The shrieks grow louder, and through the whines of bending steel, the trembling flesh of Scorn pour into the nothing with us. Slug rifles unleash a salvo in all directions from behind a handful of phalanx shields, tearing line after line of Scorn down with explosive force. Incendiar stepped forward to cremate the remains between volleys. I add my gun to line, dropping raiders before they can align shots in our ring, and slinging void wall grenades to stem the flood. Kinzik screams, straining to sever the link as the Glykon thrashes against dark waves. Black fire scalds her hands as nothing twists around us. We fight until the floor is lined with dead scorn and empty magazines. The shrieking recedes. Scraping metal echoes through the viewing chambers as a wave of darkness tremors through the Glykon. Every unburnt scorn seizes and begins to reconstitute. Soldiers panic and fire into heaps of writhing bodies, hoping to stop the process. In the chaos, lightning rips through the air, cutting through 3 legionaries and rupturing an incendiar tank. The blast kills 7. The circle tightens. We return fire in the direction of the lightning and are met with 2 fetid abominations. They burst into the chamber and rear back with crackling fists. I charge one, slipping into the void to draw blades from its sheath. Barto snatches a phalanx shield resting at his feet and challenges the other. Its bolts break on the shield. Our remaining guns harry them with slug fire until we close the gap. I cut through hands and head, then pivot to see Barto driving his shield into the other's face. Kinzik cries out. I spin on my heel to see her engulfed in black flame, and the cosmos racing around us. She spreads her pain to us, to hold on to a few moments longer, to no avail. I look back to Barto, deeper past him in the nothing, to the hulking silhouette dragging a flaming censer, and I know, this is where we die. Frenetic scrawl, inked in the margin reads, cut out a hideaway under the knife, stowed some lab tech nearby. Entry 11. Sullen. This page is blighted with mold and the imprint of a memory. The words seep experience into your open mind. Through the eyes of Catabasis. It didn't work. Truth be told, I have no way of knowing if Kinzik even finished what she was doing. Gilly said it took days to find a safe place to bring me back. The big one they all follow was hunting for him. I made a task of committing the Cabal bodies to burial. The costs are heavy. I don't get everyone. We try to keep hidden, using the smuggler's hovels where I stashed go bags across the ship. All it takes is one of them seeing you. Been keeping track for what I think is a month. 3 months. The waves are random. When one hits, it rearranges pieces of the ship, and I have to find my way again. Gilgamesh is becoming more distant, talking less. He wanders off for days at a time. So far, he always comes back. When I die, I dream of a city burning. Death dreams are a first. When I wake up, I don't know how long it's been. Gilly won't say. There have been 100 lives between this and the last one I remember. I live in a charnel house. I'm alive and old. Get up. Gilly's voice is thin. Why? There's nothing to do but starve. Giving up again? You'd rather I just left you here? I roll myself to face him. I'm not giving up. Just take my light and hold it until there's a way out. You know, I used to think we were the way out. Us. Together. We're just stuck in another cycle. There's nothing to eat, Gil. You don't feel that emptiness chewing at you. Promise me you'll leave me be until we're out. Gilgamesh looks at me for a long time without speaking. I close my eyes. I promise. Frenetic scrawl, inked in the margin, reads, "Maze of vents. It's somewhere in there. That fungus crap keeps blocking my path." Entry 12. Debtor's Knife. This page is blighted with mold and the imprint of a memory. The words seep experience into your open mind. Through the eyes of Gilgamesh. I linger on the corpse of my once guardian. I've hidden his shame for so long. I believed it was my obligation to be the warmth when his fire died. But now, I see that obligation was a leash to keep me tied to life. It is a cold, coiled, choking reality, and I will hang gasping from it no more. See the truth the whispers had offered. I saw it in every moment suffered aboard this vessel. A microcosm of violence extrapolated to the world beyond, with only one escape. Soon, Catabasis would know it too. Scorn onlookers surround us. I raise Catabasis. "Gilly." Catabasis kneels before me, his rifle beside him. "What is this?" "A way out. I won't carry you anymore." "You're abandoning me?" Catabasis looks to the Scorn, his rifle his ghost. No. No longer. Not his, not the Traveler's, not anyone's. I sacrificed everything to keep you moving forward. Guided you to every power you needed to survive. I share the truth he wants to forget. And for what? It never ends anything. There's always more. The Scorn encroach across disjointed walkways. Catabasis sings. "You said you wouldn't. You, the Traveler, you've kept me trapped in this death knell. Now it's time to set us free." "What does that mean?" His words like stone weights. "Sever our light, or they'll rip you apart for 1,000 lives." I gesture to the Scorn. "You wouldn't. Your deaths are heavy, Catabasis. But I'll bring you back as many times as it takes for you to learn." He does not understand. "You think I don't feel pain? You think I don't suffer while you're hiding in your limbo?" Catabasis lurches forward. "I did everything you asked me to." "You left!" I shout. "You left me here. You left me in the city, made me turn away from the Traveler. We're like the Scorn in those tanks, drowning in panic, confusion forever. You did that. The city was burning and I wanted to live. Everything was so we could live." He still didn't see it. This place is no different than Sol. A barrel of blood. There's no reason to go back. Now, the light is burning. We can survive this. Catabasis holds out his palm for me. Please. I don't want survival, Catabasis. I drift away from him. I want salvation. It got to you. Catabasis sobs weakly, his epiphany complete. You can end this. For both of us. It's your turn to sacrifice. I offer. Everything you say is a lie! Catabasis grasps for his rifle. Lever to action. Shot to nothingness. ghost to dead memory. Frenetic scrawl, inked in the margin reads, "Water under the bridge, flooded with bodies waiting to stand again in the next wave. Be careful." Chapter 6, Battleground Sol. We did it, guys. 5 hours later, or however long it turned out in production, we made it to the actual seasonal story. We have a new lore book to start from the front, as well as all the other seasonal items, armor, and exotics. Some more Trials of Osiris gear and some Iron Banner items, and it'll all be wrapped up with the relevant cutscenes and in-game dialogue. I'll no doubt repeat myself in the credits, but a massive shout out to Destiny Lore Vault for archiving all the in-game scenes and the work of their excellent transcribers.
The Cabal. War, want it or not, is all they understand. And so we taught them. Sand Eaters scattered. Dust Giants felled. Ice Reapers buried. Siege Dancers broken. Until we grew complacent, and Gaul drove a blade between our ribs, left us gasping. Before the Vanguard showed them that the light cannot be tamed so easily. I should have stepped forward, stamped the Red Legion into extinction. Instead, I ran the banner, and watched the city's victories dull our edge once more. It should have ended before they fattened us, before they exploited us, before they forced us to lift up a murderer as our savior. Another Cabal warmonger now leads a fleet off Nessus. No more waiting. We will be there to put her in the ground.
Commander Zavala and Osiris meet with Empress Caital.
Even my people have a word for peace, but we do not use it often or lightly. I wouldn't have summoned you if I was not sincere.
Peace with the Cabal.
The darkness crowds the edges of this system. The Hive serves it. You'll fall to one if not the other. My world did.
Empress Caital, I'm sorry for what you've lost.
We have all suffered. I propose an alliance.
Cabal don't ally. They conquer. She betrayed her father to Gaul. Don't think she won't put a gilded knife in your back too.
My father was soft.
He lacked ambition.
As you do. Humanity won't survive unless the Commander expands his horizons. Join my empire. You'll keep your title and gain a seat on my war council. With my army and your light, the Cabal will crush the Hive. Then, the Black Fleet. Bow.
No.
Scions take aim at Zavala and Osiris, while Caital's guards step forward and ready their weapons. Zavala's ghost disappears as the guards behind them step closer. Caital raises her hand and her forces stand down.
Very well. Ready yourself, Commander. I'll sharpen my gilded knife and see you both on the battlefield. Warriors of the Empire, I see your fury. For years, you have waited for your leaders to reclaim you. But time has not changed your nature. Your rage becomes the swing of the cleaver, the thrust of the shield, the shout of the cannon. I send out a challenge to the remains of the Broken Legion. Prove your worth in battle. The ancient rites live again. The triumphant will become the first members of my war council. We are Cabal. We eat the mountains. We drink the seas.
From the Front, Part 1. The Hopeful Legion. Val Morag had been stationed in the place the humans called a dead zone for years now. Though he had no commander, no handler, he held the territory on his own, defending it from the stinking vermin hive. They reminded him of the tiny red beetles that crawled around in the dust where he'd come up, the ones that swarmed war beast pens and crept into woven clothes. The best way to get rid of them, his mother taught him, was to hold a flame close to the seams of their shells. They snapped and popped in the heat. He found the same to be true for the hive. By now, he'd stopped expecting anyone to come for him. Their invasion had become a death sentence, one he had accepted by the nature of his position. He would die for the Legion, with or without the promise of reward. As Valmorag listened to a transmission from the Empress Caital, he thought about how far he'd come since he was recruited. Since he was pulled out of the poorest rural district on his planet. With this new challenge, with the new Empress sending her call out into the system, he could go a lot farther. Europa was cold. Basilius was no stranger to cold. He'd been stationed on Mars before it disappeared, before his valor sent him and his reports off-planet on a recon mission. He didn't care for intel or resource gathering, but a Valus is law. Or at least, he was. After a false start on Nessus, they'd brought the cruiser to Europa. The icy moon was crawling with thieving fallen, but there were secrets buried in the ice. Dainty human technology. It didn't interest him, but the Scions loved to tinker, and they insisted there was something here worthwhile. Something that could catch the attention of an Empress hoping to regain favor with her scattered people. Something that might win a soldier like him, with no valuable titles or reputation to his name, a new level of recognition. And the respect he deserved. As the voice of their so-called Empress droned on from a beat-up radio, the soldiers ate. Commander Dracus picked at the bones of a roasted bird, gun laid across his lap. The little red-violet-winged creatures on Nessus didn't have much meat on them, but they were challenging and satisfying to trap.
What's she mean, ancient rites?
A young legionary asked. The commander looked up.
Old-timer traditions?
She went on. Dracus snorted.
An honored tradition,
He said.
beloved by the Praetorians. Warriors take on challenges to prove their battle worth.
He eyed her.
Calves like you wouldn't remember that. Is it open to anyone?
The legionary asked. He laughed.
Well,
She growled.
are you taking challenges?
She squared her weight.
You can start with me.
Dracus looked the bold youngling up and down, calculating the effort. He had no great desire to impress the disgraced Emperor's pampered daughter. The leader he knew and served was the Dominus, dead or alive. But maybe there was money to be gained from this. He wouldn't turn his nose up at the prospect. He tossed the bird bones aside, lifted his gun, and fired a shot right into the legionary's belly. She fell.
I win,
he said. They call her Ixal the Far-Reaching because she'd risen far above her station in a fraction of her lifetime. They called her Ixal the Far-Reaching because she pulled things from her mind that should be out of reach from memory. They called her Ixal the Far-Reaching because she grasped for everything she could not have. It was all true. On the strange terrain of the Nessus Centaur, Ixal had extracted herself from command. The Valus had been uncreative, small-minded. He hadn't seen the value in the Vex technologies that might amplify Ixal's unique psionic talents. So she killed him and poached the unit's best fighters. Hard to say if this competition was open to traitors of the Empire. And yet somehow, this new Empress, foolish though she was, might be inspired by bold action. Not to mention the things Ixal could pull from the prediction engines. Intelligence beyond the Empress's imagining. They called her Ixal the Far-Reaching because her ambition was limitless. Praefectus Strides. A burst of electricity shatters a tree, showering Nessus's vermilion fauna across the battlefield. Vatok the Scion had been a coward before, and not even just once. As he braced behind a Vex tower and clutched his empty rifle, he recalled his legacy of hasty retreats. He had run from wire rifle enfilades and soulfire barrages on the detritus flotillas of the reef. He had fled from the relentless advance of the chronometons, nearly boiling in his suit amidst mercurial deserts. Most of all, he had run from the light-infested husks, the undying guardians of Sol. Time and again, he saved his own neck, only for the Legion to find a new assignment and cast him back into the fray. They knew he was weak, but with legionaries failing in droves, there was no other choice. A roar sweeps through the canyon as a smoking thresher tumbles end over end into oblivion. Vatok bore no guilt over his survival. To a Scion, survival was all you had. There was no honor to be gained, no advancement within ranks, no wealth to be accumulated. All the Legion left you with was your life, and Vatok was going to make sure it lasted as long as possible. But that was before Gaul had been melted down to atoms and scattered across the stars. Before the failed gambit with the Warlock's time device. Before the almighty, gleaming triumph of the Legion was tossed like a pebble and swatted aside by an indifferent god. Now came Empress Caital, and with her, the promise of something Vatok never imagined he would have. Freedom. The full might of the Empire had arrived in a cavalcade of frigates and carriers, filling the space between worlds with destructive power. For the first time in his life, Vatok's choice was not merely just to survive, but a choice of what to live for. A colossus barks a rallying cry. A cacophony of slug rifles echoes in response. The battle swelled around him, and his compatriots fell. He could see the route to safety. Dark crevasses tucked between tepuai where he could run and hide. Where he knew he could survive. Vatok reloads his rifle and sings an oath to his Empress. He had been a coward before, but no longer.
Listen closely, Guardian. Callus's daughter, Empress Caital, has arrived in our system, hoping to reunify the Cabal Empire. We've spotted an Imperial land tank tearing through Nessus. Ikora thinks it has something to do with Caital's efforts. I want boots on the ground for a closer look.
A fire team of Guardians touches down on Nessus.
Guardian, The Cabal tank is ahead. Break their front line and get us eyes on it.
The fireteam obtains Imperial access codes from the Cabal keymasters and sabotages the land tank's targeting system.
New objective. Based on the field intelligence you recovered, we believe a former Red Legion commander is on site, directing from the ground. This commander was a mere legionary under Gaul's rule. He personally pulled the trigger on a horrifying amount of lightless guardians during the Red War. He has since risen to become a warlord among the remnants of the Red Legion, and now that butcher carries Caital's banner. End him. Divide leadership on the ground long enough for our scouts to determine what Caital is planning. And perhaps get justice for the Guardians he sent to their final deaths.
The Guardians defeat Commander Dracus and retrieve his Bell of Conquests.
We have what we came for. Get out of there now!
In Memoriam Shell. The tower hangar had never been a particularly quiet space, but today's din seemed to set record levels. The whoosh of jump ships had been near constant as fireteam after fireteam rolled through on their way to one of the many battlegrounds. Luckily, Saint 14 had a voice that could carry over it all.
Welcome, Guardians.
Standing in his usual spot by the Grey Pigeon, he bellowed jubilantly to trial seekers, greeting each and every one as if they were old friends. Underneath his cheer, however, there was an unease. Some internal wire pulled taut by the arrival of the pyramids. Ever since the latest incident in the trials, his tension had increased daily, steadily ratcheting towards an inevitable breaking point. There had been incidents before. That was to be expected when Guardians clashed. The point was to limit those altercations to a controlled environment. Yet lately, Saint wondered whether he really was in control after all. But just as the clouds of doubt began to settle, they lifted when the crowd parted to reveal a familiar gold-hooded figure in their midst. His shoulders seemed a little more stooped without Segura zipping around them, but his purposeful stride, his furrowed brow, these remained the same.
Osiris,
Saint called out. Several heads swiveled in his direction, startled by the sudden shout. Osiris, for his part, merely looked bemused as he changed course.
What is it?
Osiris asked as he drew closer.
Did something happen?
No, Saint responded quickly. Too quickly.
Well, yes. A small something. Under control, but...
He was stumbling, unsure how to explain himself.
I sent a message. You didn't get it?
Osiris frowned, impatient.
I've received a lot of messages lately. Was it urgent?
Saint flinched. He didn't know it had to be urgent.
It's about the trials. They are named for you, and now that you're here, I thought it was time you...
Ah, you want me to take over the trials? Osiris shrugged.
It's not a good time.
Shut them down if you're tired of it.
What? No!
Saint hadn't expected this.
Not tired. I am worried. There have been...
He stopped, suddenly aware of the passerby. He gestured for Osiris to follow him into his ship. Osiris crossed his arms.
I'm keeping Lord Saladin waiting.
The issue of the Cabal is somewhat urgent,
as you can see. I know, but...
Saint lowered his voice.
But there is a kind of war brewing in the trials as well. Guardians going too far. Wielding darkness.
Really? Osiris's eyes glinted with renewed interest. To what effect? Saint stared at him. Inside, the wire tightened one more impossible inch. At last, he said,
It varies.
Interesting. Osiris rubbed his chin, thinking. A datapad at his hip dinged with a reminder. He groaned at it, then turned back to Saint. If it happens again, take notes, will you? Without waiting for a response, he turned away. Saint's iron arm shot out and grabbed him by the elbow. Is that all this is to you? An experiment? Saint spat, trying and failing to keep his voice down. He couldn't contain himself any longer. He'd waited for days for a response. Fretting over the silence, but forcing himself to give his comrade space. So what am I then? Your assistant? Just because Sagira is gone? Enough! Osiris snarled, yanking his arm back. Never speak of her to me again. Understand? Saint stepped back, immediately awash in regret. His mind raced. He should say something, anything, to make it better. To put things to right. But what? Before he could come up with an answer, Osiris spoke. Continue the trials or don't. But if you don't have the stomach to collect that data, someone should. It could be a key to our survival. All of ours. And with that, he strode off. Saint watched as Osiris disappeared into the throng. The tension in him was gone. All he felt now was the agonizing wound left by the wire's snap. Ikora's words from not so long ago echoed in the back of his mind. You know Osiris better than anyone else. Not true. Saint knew him well, but not better than Sagira. And without her around, he wasn't sure he knew Osiris at all. Winds of change and paradigm shift. Home again, jiggity jig, Amanda sang out as she guided the jump ship through the heavy air traffic and into the tower. Over in the co-pilot seat, Crow shot her a confused look. She shrugged, eyes scanning the hangar for a spot to land. Just something my dad used to sing. All that was available was a tiny space next to Saint 14's Grey Pigeon. It was his way of letting us know when we were home, back when home was a moving target for us. Crow whistled as she expertly wedged the landing. It's a nice ritual, he said while she cut the engine. Did he make it up? I don't think so. She released the airlock, leading the way down the stairs. Must have been from a song or something from the Dark Ages or pre-cult. Hey! She yelped as Crow yanked her under the landing gear. Look, he whispered, pointing. In her distraction, Amanda hadn't noticed Saint and Osiris a dozen yards away. Judging by Osiris's scowl and Saint's stance, they were arguing. She leaned in their direction, straining to catch a few of Osiris's words. Osiris hissed to the Exo-Titan, his words carrying over the din of the bustling hangar. A dozen yards away, in the shadow of a jump ship, Crow and Holiday winced in unison. They had only just disembarked and would have stumbled directly into the dispute if it hadn't been for Crow's reflexes. Thanks to his espionage work, his sixth sense for private conversations was beyond compare. It was nice to know that skill was just as useful at home as it was in the field. Damn, Holiday murmured as they watched Osiris storm off. Crow looked at her, hoping for an explanation. Who was this Exo? Who was the her never to be mentioned? I'll tell you later, she whispered, stepping out from their hiding spot. Holiday, Crow sputtered, but it was too late. She was already at the Exo's side, placing a sympathetic hand on his shoulder. He shuffled his feet, weighing his options. Even in the smoothest of circumstances, every new introduction was an occasion for anxiety. Not many Guardians wore masks in the tower, and much as he wished he could join them, he knew what could happen if he showed his face. Still, the longer he wore the mask, the more conspicuous he felt. He was bound to raise someone's suspicions eventually. Or perhaps not. The Exo was wearing a helmet, and Holiday seemed to accept it without question, as she had Crow's not too long ago. Besides, what was more suspect? Perpetually wearing a mask, or skulking in the shadows? Crow ducked out from under the step, attempting to look casual. The Titan, still staring at the point where Osiris disappeared into the crowd, didn't notice her until she put a hand on his shoulder. He flinched, then chuckled sheepishly.
Miss Holiday, your battle bird returned you safely. Good, good. You were victorious, yes?
You know it. How about yourself? Seems like you had a battle of your own going on just now.
Battle?
He glanced back at the crowd.
No. This is a rebuilding. It takes time.
I gotcha. You'll let me know if I can haul a few bricks.
I will. Thank you, Miss Holiday.
Saint motioned to Crow as he appeared behind Amanda.
And who is this? You are skinny, but you move with power. You must be a hunter.
Whatever perfectly innocuous greeting Crow had queued up flew right out of his head. Throat tight, he nodded mutely as Holiday slapped him on the back with a laugh. This is Crow. He's our intel guy on the whole Cabal thing, she said. And Crow, this is Saint 14. He's lots of things, but his main gig is running the trials of Osiris. For once, he was grateful for the mask. Otherwise, they might have noticed his surprise at the name. He'd heard before, of course, both here, where it was uttered in tones of admiration, and on the Tangled Shore, where it was spat in loathing. Neither seemed to fit the jovial Titan grasping his forearm. His spy instinct saved him again. Really? That's interesting, Crow remarked, returning the gesture with a little extra muscle. I've only ever heard them referred to as the Trials. I had no idea Osiris was involved. Saint pulled back with a chagrined chuckle.
He is involved with many important tasks. I help where I can.
You do more than just help, Holiday corrected. I hope the whole man knows he owes you. Crane looked to Saint. He'd never imagined that Osiris would owe anyone anything.
Help carries no debt, friend. We must uplift each other without expecting a return. Except Banshee,
he added, almost seeming to wink at them.
Who owes me glimmer?
Crow laughed, utterly disarmed. He was surprised at how much he liked Saint. How much he wanted to be liked in return. What could this affable character possibly have in common with an intimidating figure like Osiris? Outside of his thoughts, he realized Holiday was talking. He tuned back in just as she said, "Things gotta be equitable, don't you think?" Suddenly, Saint's demeanor shifted.
I do not think so,
he said soberly.
In battle, when your comrade stumbles, you carry them until they are strong again, even if you too become wounded. This is the only way to move forward.
Something about his tone struck a chord in Crow. It occurred to him that Saint and Osiris must have known each other for a long time. What was it like? The assurance and ease of having someone else to watch your back like that? To fight side by side for the same cause? He ached to know.
Always nice to talk, Miss Holiday. You too, Skinny Crow,
Saint quipped as he strode off. Crow watched as the broad-shouldered Titan parted the crowd with ease. Nice to meet you, he replied lamely, too late to be heard. Holiday chuckled. Crow shot her a look. Now would she explain what was going on? She shook her head. It's a long story, she said, slinging her arm around his shoulder, which I will only tell over a round of drinks. On you this time, right? The messenger. Orna was in a sour mood when she transmatted into Ikora's personal library. She hated visiting the tower. Even in a room without doors, well away from the dank annex basement, she could still smell the drifter's sulfuric odor. How the others could stand it, she had no idea. Her irritation was softened slightly when Ikora looked up from her writing with a smile. "I'm glad to see you," she said. Interesting choice of words. I thought I was being summoned for a matter of grave importance. Relieved may be the better word. There aren't many I can trust within an assignment like this. Ikora gestured towards a seat. Orna shook her head. Is that so? I mean that as a compliment to you, not a condemnation of anyone else. You don't need to butter me up before a bad job, Ikora. Ikora sighed, then tapped her datapad. We've received word of another tainted guardian in our ranks. Within her cloak, Orna's pad dinged. She took it out, reading as she scrolled. Disobeying orders, trading Vanguard secrets. Pretty standard. Prolonged and intentional torture. She looked up questioningly. Fallen civilians fleeing the House of Salvation, Ikora supplied, her voice grave. According to her fire team, she wanted to know how Eramis accessed the darkness. When they tried to intervene, she trailed off. Orna looked up sharply. She tortured her own teammates too? Ikora nodded. Orna stowed her databed back in her cloak. Where's she headed now? We believe she's still on Europa, trying to access the darkness on her own. Makes sense. Now that the Vanguard's lifted the ban, she has plausible deniability. As does anyone else who's tempted by that power. She added pointedly. Please don't make me go over this again. The Vanguard allowed darkness into the tower. You let Guardians play with it so long as they do it under the Drifter's roving eye. Otherwise, you'll send me after them as punishment. Not punishment, Ikora corrected evenly. Redemption. You offer them a chance to cooperate first, to make up for their selfish acts and rejoin the side of humanity. And so far, I've had no takers. That doesn't mean that none exist. And this Trestin, you think she'll be lucky number... Ooh, how many are we up to now? At this point, the only chance I'm giving them is the chance to kill me first. Enough. Ikora's eyes flashed. I won't pretend to be optimistic about the outcome of this case, or any future ones. But there's no guarantee that all who are touched are forever tainted. Until that's proven otherwise, your orders remain the same. Is that clear? Orna stared at her, jaw clenched. Future cases? She shook her head. Never mind. I'm sure you'll tell me after they've wreaked havoc somewhere. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. I'd understand. Orna swatted the concern away. I stand by my promise, she said. Then, in a flash of blue, she was gone. Igneous Hammer. You don't have to do this if you don't want to, Ikora said. I'd understand. From the other side of the library, Orna scowled. She was perhaps the most diligent of the hidden, having dedicated herself to the unpleasant task of hunting down tainted guardians. But that was precisely what worried Ikora. Each time they met, she seemed a little gaunter than before, a little testier. Was this crusade beginning to take a toll? Was it a mistake to give her another assignment instead of a vacation? I stand by my promise, Orna snapped before transmatting out. That had not alleviated Ikora's concerns one iota. She let out a sigh and rubbed her temples. She couldn't dwell on it for long, however. The air crackled again. When Ikora opened her eyes, Saint was standing exactly where Orna had been, moments ago.
Ikora Ray, I am sorry to come unannounced.
How did you get in here? She blurted. No one but the Hidden knew where her private library was. Or, so she had thought. The Exo stared at her, confused.
I transmuted,
he said simply. He tried again.
I'm sorry, but I must speak with you.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. Please, sit. She hurried to clear the books piled around a pair of armchairs. I got your message. It's unfortunate this has happened a second time. Saint sat, his massive frame dwarfing the chair.
Unfortunate, yes. Disturbing, too. I fear...
He paused, looking away. Out the window, the afternoon sun had turned golden and begun sinking in the sky.
In battle, I know what to do. There are no doubts. The trials was the same. But now, I do not know.
I understand. Sometimes, it feels like these incidents are designed to make us doubt everything, even our own abilities. Ikora sat beside him. But there's no one I'd trust more to helm the trials at a time like this.
Not even the man they are named for?
Saint let out a sad laugh.
He does not wish to in any case. I ask, and right away he says he is too busy to care. Told me to shut them down if I was so tired.
Well, he is busy. He's almost acting as a third Vanguard with this whole Cabal conflict. Perhaps after we come to terms with Caital.
You misunderstand. I am glad he is busy. Busy is good. It distracts him from his loss. But he is still...
different?
No. Yes. But more than that.
He shook his head in frustration.
When I told him about the incident, I thought he would worry, like me. Instead, he tells me to take notes next time. Said the data would be useful.
He spat in disgust. Ikora looked at Saint, expecting him to say more. When he didn't, she sat back in her seat, thinking. She wasn't exactly surprised. Osiris was an experimentalist after all, and not a particularly sensitive one. And though this comment was certainly more callous than usual, she didn't understand Saint's concern. He seemed agitated, almost like he was angry at Osiris. That must have been upsetting to hear, after what you went through, she began slowly. Saint looked away, confirming her theory. But I think his heart's in the right place. We know so little about the darkness. More data would indeed be very useful. Saint said nothing. The light through the window splashed orange across his helm. But, she pressed on, we shouldn't endanger Guardians to get it. However Osiris feels about them now, the trials started as a way to train fire teams, and they're going to stay that way. She stood, placing a hand on the Exo's shoulder. I swear to you. He nodded, eyes still fixed on the horizon.
Good.
The Guardian visits the Helm for the first time.
Welcome aboard the Helm, Guardian. The hub for emergency logistics and maneuvers. Here you'll find the assets and information you need to complete our most time-sensitive operations. We'll continue upgrading this space as situations in the system evolve, so check in often to get the latest developments.
The war table has a notification from Osiris.
Impressive work, Guardian. You'll get a full briefing soon. But in the meantime, let me fill you in on that Cabal artifact you picked up on Nessus.
It's known as the Bell of Conquests. I've attached a reading with more details. But in short, by claiming that bell, you have officially declared yourself challenger to the Cabal Empire. Caital's commanders won't stop coming for you until they see you buried and the bell retrieved. You made a bold move, but I believe we can use it to our advantage. We'll talk more soon.
Well done disrupting the Cabal on Nessus. I wish that was the end of it. But unfortunately, it's just the beginning. Empress Caital has emerged as the new face of their empire and demanded I pledge loyalty to her. Our conversation went as well as you might expect. Thanks to the information you recovered, we know this. Former members of the Red Legion and other leaderless Cabal are all competing for a seat on Caital's War Council. In an effort to prevent Cabal reunification, I'm assembling a team to take out her aspiring commanders. Lord Saladin will act as field commander, and Osiris will report directly to me as my advisor. He's appointed a new hunter, Crow, to be your reconnaissance expert. As always, Amanda Holliday will provide air support. Your task is simple. Defeat Caital's commanders across the Sol system. Once you eliminate their leadership, Cabal infighting will prevent Caital from amassing real power. If we miss this opportunity, another all-out war will become inevitable. Good luck.
Defeating Commander Dracus has halted the Cabal push on Nessus, but Nessus is not the Vanguard's only concern. Cabal all over the Sol system have started vying for Caital's attention, hoping to earn a seat on her war council. This cannot be allowed. Osiris has devised a strategy for rebuffing the Imperial Cabal incursion without total open war. Caital is using an ancient Cabal tradition known as the Rite of Proving to select her war council from Red Legion commanders to bring them back into the fold. Any challenger may approach these rites. Vanguard High Command directs Guardians to engage any and all prospective War Council appointees. With each disrupted rite, we send fractures through their empire's authority. Bell of Conquests. This style of Cabal warbell, known as the Bell of Conquest, is a standout example of the traditional combat artistry known as Skalsangus, literally blood etching, popular during the era of lead, before the Cabal extended their reach beyond their immediate star system. These objects commemorated martial feats and personal victories, but varied widely in appearance. Peasant mercenaries often simply stitched the carved teeth of their defeated foes into their leathers. Those with more resources sometimes claimed the entire torsos of vanquished opponents to preserve, lacquer, and display as busts. The Bell of Conquests was a less grisly chronicle of the victories of its owner. Unadorned bells were given to warriors at their first blood. Those who wished to challenge a warrior in combat would request their bell and ring it 7 times. As warriors collected victories, they could have artisans decorate their bells to commemorate their glories. These adornments allowed the bearers to call upon benefits for honorable combat related to their past victories. A warrior who had completed the Trial of Beasts could bring a trained war beast into a duel. A survivor of the Flayed Knight was allowed to cut their opponent twice across the stomach. Those who had withstood the Cold Iron Mouth could coat their blades in caustic white ash. Defeating the bearer of a warbell entitled the victor to claim the bell as their own. The clapper of the bell would be carved with a shallow engraving representing the previous owner's cause of death. Ownership would fully transfer after the engraving had been worn away by new challengers ringing the bell. At that point, all the privileges the bell bestowed upon its former owner would be granted to the new holder. For this reason, elaborate warbells were both highly sought after and heavily defended. War bells continued to be carried into the galactic colonial period, and their decorations became even more refined. Intricate mosaics pressed with precious gems became symbols of wealth and granted further allowances in duels, while also creating a larger incentive for would-be challengers. As the scale of warfare increased, the logistical difficulties of claiming war bells became apparent. Captured war bells were sometimes melted down en masse and recast as elaborate war gongs, and there were specific rituals in place for spacefaring rivals to ring the gong in challenge. In the post-Red War Cabal, few soldiers adhere to the tradition, as the Bell of Conquest is seen as a cumbersome relic. Nevertheless, they may still find a place of honor aboard the ships of those who wish to respect the combat traditions of their ancestors. After Zavala's briefing at the war table in the Helm, the Guardian approaches Osiris and the Crow.
The new style suits you. Spoils of victory in the reef.
Glint chose the materials. You haven't let me pay for any of this.
If you want to repay me, keep that mask affixed to your face. It will protect you from the city's ignorance.
I know what it's for. If this is what it takes to make a difference, I'm in.
I've had to walk these streets under disguise more times than you know. Now I am welcome. Soon you shall be too. Patience and caution. Guardian. Saladin spoke highly of your assault. They think their tank is a show of strength, but it is no Iron Lord.
Saladin will hold the line so our attention can be directed elsewhere. Names are needed, examples. My friends in the Reef have been talking. At this point, Red Legion commanders are either brutes or braggarts. Not the type for subtlety. They want Caital's attention.
We will use that information to direct our fury. Create a power vacuum and show the Cabal the path they've chosen. Dismissed.
Together in the field. Huh. I'm starting to get the impression you all like having me around.
Lord Saladin briefed the Guardian on the rite of proving.
The dragon of your light roars over Nessus. Our enemies fear you, Guardian. Osiris mentioned you crashed a Cabal ritual they call the Rite of Proving. He seems to think it's not unlike our Crucible, made for settling scores. I don't see the resemblance. Scraps of the Red Legion are competing to earn Caital's favor. Just like her, their hands are tied by tradition. They're forced to meet every challenger or forfeit their position. We can exploit that. I want you to run down every Cabal commander you can find. If they're foolhardy enough to accept a fistfight with you, Caital's War Council won't fill a single seat. To that end, Crow has spotted another of the Empress's hopefuls on Europa. They call him Basilius the Golem. He's looking for Golden Age relics to excavate from the ice. Basilius intends to augment his body and offer combat enhancements to other Cabal. If he succeeds, it won't be long before Caital has an entire platoon of exo-legionaries at her disposal. Get in the way.
Sola's scar. Her wait was nearly over. Tristan could feel it as she climbed Cadmus Ridge. Sunlight, amplified by snow, pierced her eyes now. She had ascended above the cloud line. She tilted her gaze down, focusing on the crags immediately before her. Her muscles cramped as she reached up for the next ledge. No holding back now. Over the radio, Lord Saladin's voice grew staticky.
Cabal incursion. Vex. Up ahead.
Without a word, Tristan's ghost switched it off. There were others nearby to carry out the Iron Lord's orders. He wouldn't miss them. She doubted anyone would. Her ex-teammates least of all. She had betrayed them, or so Sadage had screamed. We're supposed to be the thin line drawn before the darkness, you traitor. Thin, indeed. So why not step over it? Because they didn't have it in them. She checked, cracked them both open and dug deep just to be extra sure. But it wasn't there. That hunger, immense and buried like the ocean under Europa's glacial crust. A riptide, undetectable from the surface, yet unrelenting in its pull. She never meant to betray anyone. She just wanted release. Soon you will have it. Soon you will be freed. Muscles shaking with exhaustion, she threw her hand up and, at last, grasped snow. She had reached the top. For a moment, she laid on the embankment, chest heaving. When her vision cleared, she gasped. There it was. Black stone stark against the gleaming white. It seemed to pulse in time with her heart, attuning to the desire churning within. From the back of her mind came a warm, familiar voice. You're a goober. Yara. Suddenly, a different hunger bloomed in her, small and keening. Was it loneliness? It is weakness. What lies before you is power. The pulsing intensified. She could feel the blood pumping through her veins as she stepped towards the obelisk, hand outstretched. She had never been so close. Not one more step. A new voice called out to Tristan. Only this one was not in her head. She turned to find a warlock standing a few yards away, sword drawn. You must be Tristan. I am Ornor. I encourage you to come with me. Quietly. Tristan looked at her, then dove for the obelisk. The last thing she felt was steel. Pure, cold steel, piercing through her heart. The Guardian arrives on Europa.
The Cabal incursion is isolated around a nearby Vex structure. They haven't yet had a chance to fabricate heavy fortifications.
The Vex are agitated. Expect their interference as well.
Go show them the power of humanity's champions.
Look at this. Picking apart the Vex like carrion birds. It's pathetic.
There is no glory in what the Cabal are seeking here, just desperation.
Agreed.
This Legion's champion is near, Guardian. Perform the rite of proving, call him out, and show him the power of the light. We should send in another team to do a second sweep. Today's survivor is tomorrow's enemy.
Did the Vanguard not have a loosely held policy on offering quarter to fleeing enemies?
The Vanguard asked an Iron Lord to lead their forces. If they did not wish me to fight like an Iron Lord, they should have asked someone else.
While I agree, I can't help but wonder if your disregard for their codes of conduct may cause friction.
Friction is conflict. Conflict breeds strength. They know this. Or they should.
In my experience, what the Vanguard should know, and what they actually know, are not always the same.
You speak the truth, Warlock. My only hope is that they have not forgotten the Battle of Twilight Gap, and the lessons learned there.
The Guardian returns to the Helm to visit the war table and investigate the ceremonial hammer they found at the site of the Rite of Proving. The Guardian approaches the table and notices the ceremonial hammer retrieved from their last mission. A warm golden light radiates out from the mouth and eyes of the Cabal face sculpted into one head of the hammer, as though a fire burns inside. It was an offering, Osiris says from behind. From the Red Legion to Caital. The cryptarchs can provide more nuance about its history, but what matters is its purpose. A symbol of Cabal culture, power, entitlement. One you now wield. Osiris spreads his hands and says, "Master the hammer, and forge yourself a path to victory." Hammer of Proving. Currently, our cryptoarchaeologist cannot pinpoint the date of Calus's rise to power within the Cabal Empire. Like much of the Cabal Empire's ancient history, many dates and facts were altered to cast a favourable light upon the former emperor and his rise to power. Most of the Cryptarchy's information comes from post-Calus records, scoured from archival remnants on Red Legion vessels and forays into the Leviathan. As such, this record's historic context must be marked with an asterisk for questionable accuracy. According to excerpts from the Cabal legal record known as the Codex of Lawful Transgressions, the Hammer of Proving dates back to the Foundation Age of Emperor Calus's reign. During this era, Cabal society was dominated by militaristic ambition centered around conquest and imperial expansion. As Calus took control of the empire, he sought to steer the Cabal people toward a society of art and philosophy, though this degenerated into decadence and debauchery. In the early Foundation Age, the Rite of Proving was the primary means by which disputes were settled among free Cabal, much like how the Crucible was formed among the Guardians of the Last City. During the Proving, two Cabal, or their appointed representatives, would air their grievances in a public forum, and one or both Cabal would declare a challenge. These Cabal would battle one another to submission or to the death, often the latter, and the winner would be seen as the right and lawful party in the dispute. Calus disapproved, but he knew that overturning a centuries-old tradition would be an unpopular decision. Instead, the Emperor introduced incrementally draconian and Byzantine bylaws into the Proving. One of these stated that if a battle ended with a tie or double submission, an impartial Imperial Arbiter would decide the outcome. This Arbiter would carry a symbol of Imperial office, a gold-plated hammer, etched with strange runes drawn from Calus's own personal occult obsessions. The Hammer of Proving. Whereas an impartial arbiter was a widely accepted change to the tradition, Calus abused it to push his own agenda. Over time, the Proving Arbiter was granted more and more autonomy to settle battles, eventually gaining the right to enter a battle on their own under a number of flimsy justifications, such as balancing unfair matches, ending matches that went overly long, or punishing a Proving participant who owed a financial debt to the Empire. The Proving Arbiter became such a disruptive force that within a century, the right of Proving had fallen out of common usage, as the law and restrictions around the right made it an untenable solution. Ultimately, the role of Proving Arbiter was retired, the hammer returned to Calus's vaults. During Caital's rise to power, she sought to win over those who had been put off by her father's cynical interpretations of Cabal tradition. Her regime reinstated the Rite of Proving as a simple combat challenge, without arbiters or other superfluous trappings, and her adherence to custom gained her the steadfast loyalty of many influential warriors and politicians. This small army of dedicated followers is credited with easing her transition to a place of authority where her self-chosen honorific Empress seems reasonable. It is unknown how the Red Legion came into possession of the Hammer of Proving, but the weapon carries a significant historic weight to the Cabal people, one that can be leveraged as both an olive branch and, perhaps most fittingly, a bludgeon, depending on the wielder. Code Duello. There is a story of two weaponsmiths, both skilled at their trade. One smith, Dutus, worked with metals she pulled from the mountains herself. She tooled the rifling inner barrels with the steady hand of an artisan. Her dyes, cobalt and ichor, shone bright as beetle shell. The other, Garnet, came from the distant plains. He traded for his wares and sold them dear, and thus he amassed great wealth. He embellished his goods with a rich lacquer, the colour of flame. When the Primus called for the strongest warriors to serve, the district knew the fighter Tlamus, who had broken all challengers with her keen aim and powerful frame, would represent them. Both Dutus and Garnet wished to outfit her with their finest pieces, as having a warrior of her status wear their colours would bring them great honour. So Dutus forged Tlamus a mighty war axe with an ice blue handle and wide golden blade. Tlamus accepted the gift gladly. Garnet procured for her a slug rifle with bright orange plating, and Tlamus wore it proudly across her back. Next, Dutus crafted a shotgun, metal burnished deep as night with bright vents along the sides, and Tlamus brought it into battle. In response, Garnet bought a helm with thick plating and stout antlers the colour of a sunset, and they were soon stained with the blood of Tlamus's foes. And Dutus saw no end to this. Her shoulders ached from working the forge, and her hands were blistered by burns upon burns. So Dutus issued to Garnet a challenge, and as he knew no one would raise the weapons of a coward, Garnet accepted. The next dawn found Dutus on the battlefield waiting for her arrival. On her shoulder was her finest weapon, a rocket launcher, its barrel a twisting column of seashell blue with gold trim, built as a gift for Tlamus, but now wielded by its creator. From across the field, a figure strode forward to meet Dutus. But it was too wide to be Garnet. Too tall, too muscular. He had brought a champion to fight in his stead. An orange sash was draped carelessly across her chest and dragged in the dust with each confident step. Studded orange leathers bound her massive arms and thighs. Strands of coral beads hung from her tusks. She greeted Dutus with a fist to her chest. "I am Tlamus," she said, "chosen of Garnet." Dutus could not find her voice, and then Tlamus drew one of her beautiful, terrible weapons, and the rite was soon concluded. The Guardian takes the Hammer of Proving into several battlegrounds to disrupt rites of proving, and returns to the war table to find a notification from Osiris. "It's working, Guardian. Each challenge you issue sends another fracture through the Cabal's confidence in Caital's leadership. Unruly systems have broken Cabal leaders before. Keep pushing, and do remember to take the spoils of your triumphs. By Cabal law, those offerings belong to you now. Maybe we can make something from them with that hammer you're wielding." The Guardian also receives a debriefing at the war table from Lord Saladin. "Your efforts on Europa and Nessus were commendable, but there are dozens more opportunistic Cabal looking for promotion. Sharpen your teeth on her commanders, Guardian. If Zavala won't press Caital's fleet directly, we'll have to settle for a death by 1,000 cuts." From the Front, Part 2. The Cost of War. When Ziva Arath came for Torobatl, Caital was unprepared. They all were. She'd watched her people, bred for battle and victory, fall to a force that dwarfed their armies. She'd watched her beloved city burn. Caital learned from every failure. From this one, she learned two things. First, that warriors were not game pieces, no matter how much her generals enjoyed bickering over war tables. And second, that a society of warriors could not hope to beat a god of war at her own game and by her own rules. There were shades of victory. Escaping their homeworld with so many survivors was a victory. Regaining their army was a victory. Avoiding an all-out war with the Guardians would be another. Except the Guardians would not negotiate. She hadn't expected it. She thought that after Gaul's attack, they would do anything to avoid another war. Catastrophe seemed to befall this system time and time again, if the Red Legion scribes stranded here were to be believed. So why did the Guardians refuse a way out? She knew why, of course. It was why she'd waited so long before giving the evacuation order in Tor rebuttal. Why she'd been mesmerized by the towering form of Xiva Arath crushing thousands of years of civilization beneath her chitin boots. Denial. Pride. But Caital had grown since then. She'd counted her losses, calculated constantly, always working the numbers, never losing sight of who they represented. The Guardians would have to grow as well if they wished to survive. For there were gods walking through this world, and the battle against them would not be won through denial and pride. They would have to cut a new path. Extraordinary Rendition. Report by VanNet Encrypted Router. My friend and first, I know her royal tuskiness is not my assignment, but I couldn't help but catch the following exchange on my latest trip to you-know-where. If anything, it's good for a laugh. Don't let our favourite Praxic wear you down to a nub. If she gives you grief, you give her a swift kick from me. Chalko Young. Record 30-10-15 CY Report. Identities: Advisor Tarun, Empress Caital, The Spider. File: Hidden Classified Audio.
The connection is made. Let the Imperial record show that on this day, the great Empress Caital, Ascendant of Callus, Slayer of Amun-Arath, convened via radio message with the Spider of the Tangled Shore, formerly of the House of... Enough, Tarun. The scribes can add whatever flourishes they wish after the fact.
Yes, let's not waste time. I know you have more important matters to attend to. Matters that I would be happy to help with, in my own small way.
I would no sooner seek aid from you than a war beast from a bog tick. Do you know how many thieves I've had to excise from my ranks? They debased themselves, crawling about our proving grounds, refashioning battle trash into weapons, all because you tempted them with a flash of glimmer.
Ah, me? Tempt them? It's all I could do to keep them from flooding the market.
This is not my first time dealing with war profiteers, insect. Though, if I squash you thoroughly enough, it may be my last.
And here I thought I was doing you a charity, promoting Cabal entrepreneurship. I was told the Empire was low on funds.
Is that so?
Your Majesty, I don't know what advice you've been getting from your Imperial hangers-on, but... How dare you? Quiet. But things are different here in the Sol system. Smash and conquer, like so many traditions of old Torobatl, won't get you far. Gaul found that out the hard way. The remnants of his Red Legion have learned to adapt. Let me know if you'd like to do the same. I'd even go against my own custom and consider a payment plan.
How generous. But it seems I have no need. As you've revealed, I have untapped resources at my disposal.
Whichever ones have survived your purge, yes. But weapons are not my most valuable wares. Not by a long shot. If you're anything like your father, you'll be more interested in the information I have to offer.
Send your coordinates. We can discuss face to face. But tread lightly. I've yet to decide whether you're worth my mercy.
Oh, I'm honored to host Her Imperial Highness on my humble shore. It's no palatial estate, but we insects are just happy to have a place to call home.
Vita Brevis. What if it's a trap? Glint drifts in a shaky 360 around Crow as he strides into a grassy corridor between two rusted out warehouses. This is Old Devil's territory. Our friend may have freed us, fair and square, but if the spider wanted to nab you, he would have done it long ago. Crow's voice is steady as his eyes dart from shadow to shadow. Besides, how could it be a trap if they don't know I'm come? A laser shot zips past his nose. Above, on one of the rooftops, a gravelly voice shouts in Elixir. Crow obeys, raising his hand in the air while Glint transmats out of the way. I'm looking for some fine Yavirsi figs. Crow calls out over the electric hum of multiple sniper sights settling on his body. Did they hear him? Figs! He shouts louder. One by one, the sights vanish. Then, to his right, metal scrapes as a makeshift door is pulled aside to reveal a familiar insect-like face. Avrok, Crow says and lowers his hands. You've been promoted. In no mood for pleasantries, the Elixir grunts and steps back into the warehouse. Crow follows him in, pulling the door shut behind him. What are the odds on the newly arrived Empress? He asks, blinking rapidly. It's dark. All he can see is Avrok's outline, sitting on a crate, surrounded by massive, motionless shapes. Surely there's an outright on her getting Commander Zavala to bend the knee? Trying, bird, Avrok growls. Information costs. Don't worry, I've brought you something shiny from my nest. Crow holds up a cube of glimmer, its blue light illuminating piles of collateral stacked along the walls. As have your friends from the former Red Legion, I see. Avrok grins, spreading his long arms in a showman-like gesture. Energy shields, open crates of planet crackers, magma launchers, Cabal paraphernalia of all kinds fill the room. One particularly pretty prize gleams in the corner. A sparrow, svelte and burnished bronze. Crow strolls over to admire it. Beautiful machine, his associate agrees out loud. Val Marag wagers he will be first on the Empress's War Council. There's a small flash of light as Glint re-emerges for a closer look. Betting on himself? Glint says. That's the Cabal for you. Crow crouches to examine the fringe lining the sparrow's snout. Never hurts to have a little extra motivation, he murmurs. He stands and turns to Avrok. I'll follow his lead. If Val Marag lands himself a seat, he can have my bucket of bolts too. But if we disrupt his right of proving, well, naturally, The Fallen barks out a laugh. A bold bet. The spider was wrong to let you go. Vigorish is 7%. 7? Glint blinks indignantly. The spider is taking an awfully big cut, don't you think? Ignoring him, Avrok gestures to an empty space. Leave your little transport there. Now, we discuss the book. I can't believe you're gambling your sparrow, Glint mutters once Avrok is out of earshot. You hate walking long distances. Crow shrugs. I like winning more. Tarantula. You can't be serious, Ara. Nothing. You couldn't even scrape off a little stone to bring me? Ara shook his head. The spider asked for information, he answered in Elixir. But Cabal have found nothing, and House Salvation is still scattered. I know what I asked for, and you know better than to return to me empty-handed. At least I thought you knew. Spider narrowed his eyes at his trembling associate. I do, the spider. I have information, but not about darkness. I saw the crow, tailing the golem and his crew. The Vanguard has him sniffing around Basilius, So we do have something to trade with that Empress after all. Not that it'll do her any good. My little bird is devilishly hard to catch. Spider leaned forward. Now he would have got to be something useful from Europa. You might have learned from him. Yes, the spider. Ara nodded vigorously. The faint sounds of revelry drifted in from down the hall, where the other associates were enjoying their week's earnings. Avrok already told me about the Crow's new assignment as Vanguard agent. Apparently he's placed quite the wager on one of the Cabal's silly rights. The spider chuckled. Avrok should have dared him to bet his freedom. Could stand to win my whole trove, he's that valuable. Yes, the spider, Ara repeated. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see his share of ether waiting in the corner. Oh, take your wages and go. I ought to dock you for bringing me nothing. I'm feeling generous this week. Spider's voice dropped into a growl. Remember that I am good to you, Ara. Ara nodded as he scrambled to grab his ether tanks and get out. Finally alone, the spider sat back in his throne. It's Crow, really, that needs the reminder, he mused aloud. I wonder how I might give it to him. In week 2 of the season, the Guardian receives new instructions.
Get ready to move. The Cabal have invaded the Cosmodrome. As we speak, Paul Marag leads a charge into a hive nest, seeking revenge for what Xivu Arath did to the Cabal's home system. If he succeeds, Caital is certain to promote him to her war council, and more Cabal will flood into the Cosmodrome. We can't let that stand. Not in the territory that produces some of our best Guardians. Fortunately, our enemies are distracted. Cut through the chaos and take out Marag. If we don't crush this now, we could lose an entire generation of new lights.
Guardian, the Cabal have established a base not far from here. It's possible they're already engaged with the Hive, so expect a little chaos.
This is our chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
If those are birds, you're gonna need a boulder at least. The Cabal brought some serious weaponry with them. They must really hate the Hive. And again, how else should you feel after your home has been destroyed?
Now is not the time to psychoanalyze the enemy.
Right. Meditate on their motives when they're dead. I have eyes on their commander, just up ahead.
Cabal honor will dictate. that he'll have to answer your challenge.
Time to fight fire with fire. Or bullets. You know, your choice. You make it look easy, Guardian.
Yes, if only all Lightbearers had their focus.
Was that remark pointed in my direction?
We had no time for idle chatter when we were defending the walls at Six Fronts, I'll tell you that. And I doubt Zavala tolerated it during the Red War.
You'll forgive me. I'm new, so I'm not caught up on our history. What were you doing in the Red War? Huh. Must be a bad signal.
The Swarm. The Cosmodrome quakes under a killing wind. Fire, sent roaring from entrenched Cabal gun lines across the moth yards. A Cabal advance threatens to encircle a defensive line held by crimson frames and one lone light. Shor Han dips his head beneath a swivel of machine gun rounds and dives for the trench line. He slams his back against an earthen wall next to a few shot-to-pieces redjacks. His eyes focus on the gaping bullet holes, perforating their thin plating as he runs a shaky hand up his own chest. At least they were just frames. He had bled out from open wounds before and was in no rush to relive the experience. Shor peers down to the end of the trench, where a detachment of gladiators crashed through their flanks. Just a little farther... A solar explosion vaporizes the leading gladiator and scatters their charge. A surviving Cabal recoils from the explosion in confusion. He stumbles backward into another of Shor's trip mines and obliterates the rest of his comrades in a chain of explosions. Shor exhales the tension in his chest and makes a mental note of the frames lost in the blast. He could take a verbal lashing from Shax if it meant no more blood on his hands. He glances back to the flank. Through the settling dust of a crisis averted, Shor sees faint silhouettes of a second Cabal charge incoming. Damn it! Commander Zavala had tasked him with holding this sector, had called him by name directly, imbued Shor with his trust. He couldn't go back, having lost a fertile ground for new lights. Old Russia was his to protect, and no Cabal conqueror would claim it while he still drew breath. Slugs slap hard into the earthen trench wall at his back, sending reverberations through his ribs. He shifts to plot a safe path to defend the flank. Shor readies to move as a heavy metal boot slams out of transmat in front of him, followed by a solid light barricade erected to deflect the incoming metallurgic hail. Get up, Han. That ditch isn't going to save you. Machine gun fire thunders off the barricade as Lord Saladin grabs him and raises Shor to his feet. That's for your light to do. Saladin? Shor closes his mouth and tries again. Lord Saladin. Zavala forwarded your support request. Saladin ignores Shor's surprised expression and eyes the Cabal fortifications. You're with me now. Sir. Shor nods with a steady confidence. What's the plan? Saladin peers through the cracking barricade, slugs crashing finger lengths from his face. Holiday is en route to deploy our heavy ordnance, but she needs their attention off the skies. Saladin looks at him for the first time and smiles. Take out their flak guns and give them no choice but to focus those machine gun nests on us. Oh. Shor wasn't sure if he'd call this a plan. Maybe a Titan plan. You're fast on your feet, son. You'll be fine. Saladin motions the advance. Jacks, suppressing fire. Lord Saladin strides into the no man's land surrounded by advancing redjacks and a billowing aura of searing refraction. He hurls a fusion grenade across the expanse without breaking pace and demolishes one of the dozens of machine gun nests outright. Shor moves behind him. Flame licks down the Ahamkara spine lashed to his arm until it meets the hammer of his weapon and ignites his golden gun. He singles out several enemy flat cannons and skewers them with solar points, incinerating nearby Cabal. Hot barrels realign on the Guardians as a magnificent flare emblazons Lord Saladin's armor in solar light. From his palms erupts a mighty maul that clinks into his gauntlets. Heavy slugs clang as they shrug off his immolated plate. He does not flinch or falter. Saladin charges the line, heat intensifying and melting slugs into slag droplets that ping and sizzle against him. He slams his maul into the dirt, driving a sweeping inferno toward the Cabal gun line. It hits like a bursting artillery shell, catching oil alight and spreading hot panic through the Cabal ranks. Shaw dodges around incoming fire and reloads his weapon. He snaps off 2 more golden rays into the remaining enemy flak cannons. Frames push forward alongside them, absorbing slugs for the Guardians and keeping pressure on the gun line. Shaw spots several gladiator detachments redirecting to confront them. He pushes the bulk of his light into his weapon, spreads its influence to reach the nearby redjacks, and reignites his gun before touching the barrel to the ground and firing. The ground bubbles with hot magmatic light. A warmth envelops the redjacks as solar flame imbues and empowers their rifles with golden power. Shaw directs the firestorm of golden redjack rifles to incinerate every last charging foe. Saladin bears down on the Cabal, almost in their ranks now. He is a wildfire of light and death. Legionaries flee their nests rather than challenge him. Frantic Cabal radio transmissions crackle across the battleground. All remaining guns turn to stop the Iron Lord's advance, but only succeed in slowing it. Saladin's voice bellows above the gun line. Now, Siegfried! A Vanguard Vulture-class battle carrier shrieks through the sky above, just long enough for a lone Guardian to drop from the clouds, a meteor wreathed in lightning, bringing down havoc from the skies. High gravitas. Time slowed for Amanda Holliday as she saw a squadron of Cabal fighters break through the atmosphere high above her. Muscle memory kicked in, and she sent the ship screaming down to the hard deck. She buzzed the treetops and cranked her ship around the Cosmodrome's rugged mesas. If they wanted to chase her down, they'd have to prove they had the chops. She blazed a tight circuit around a spire of rock, weapons hot, expecting to light up the pursuing squadron. Instead, she watched the fighters continue off into the distance, likely on a bombing run to soften up known hive nests. They probably hadn't even noticed her. Holiday throttled down, gained altitude, and slowed her breathing to counteract the adrenaline still coursing through her veins. She realized, with a sick amazement, that she was actually disappointed. It's better this way, she thought. Let someone with lives to spare clean up the Cabal. Despite Amanda's self-reassurance, her disappointment lingered. Since becoming the Tower shipwright, her combat sorties had become less and less frequent. She hadn't realized how much she missed them. They made her feel like she was doing her part. But even after all she had achieved, after all she'd survived, she still felt like she was missing out. Not doing enough. Falling behind. The people of the Tower saw her as an engineer and a pilot. But in her dreams, she was still a malnourished little girl, trudging toward the last city as jump ships shrieked overhead. That's what happens when your best friends are immortal, she thought. My life is just a blip on the radar compared to the Guardians and Hive gods. Hell, even this ship will probably outlast me. Her brooding was interrupted by a small flashing indicator on her dash. Huh. She must have overloaded a plasma converter during her evasive maneuvers. Something else to fix. It was always something. Amanda smiled and set course for the Tower. If I only have one life to live, she thought, then I'd better get on with it.
This is Amanda Holliday, reporting on my Cosmodrome flyovers. The Cabal set up shop on a bluff overlooking the Moth Yards. Hive's been chewing on them pretty good, but they're dug in like ticks. You know how they are. Frigates parked overhead haven't put a single round my way. Seems they're focused 110 on the Hive. One thing I haven't seen are any civilians. I don't know how big the Cabal fleet is these days, but it's gotta be spread thin. There must be a group of carriers in deep space somewhere with all their kids and old folks aboard. The whole rest of their species. Shows how much they want payback. They're risking it all on our turf, just for a piece of the Hive. I know this Cabal force looks like aggression, but I'd wager it's grief, through and through. They ain't here for us. They're here for revenge. Goodness knows, I can relate.
The Guardian returns to the Helm to witness a conversation between Osiris and Caital.
Did I keep you waiting? I've been busy managing the antics of your commanders.
Antics? Time-honored traditions. They don't concern you.
You're auditioning members for your war council. I'd say that concerns us very much.
Your commander could be a valued member of it, if he would accept my offer. You seem like a wise man. We both know that the best victory is won before the war even begins. I'm giving humanity a way out. Zavala can end this now. You can end this now.
A Cabal Empress with a penchant for mercy. It's a novel idea. You've learned from the mistakes of your predecessors, but I see how you lean on tradition when you fear a loss of control. I see your uncertainty, dithering. As for what I know that an Empress without an empire is in no position to offer anything.
The Cabal have lost their home, not their honor. If we are to die, we will take many with us. Tell your commander my patience is running out.
Your orders remain the same. Honor or no, without a war council, she'll have no war.
The Guardian then returns to the war table to find another message from Lord Saladin. The Iron Lord notes that Caital's initial push into the system has been halted by Vanguard countermaneuvers and embedded intel operatives. He is quick to point out that this hasn't stopped the line of Red Legion commanders flying Caital's banners and making offerings to secure seats on her war council. He reminds you that Zavala has chosen a battle of perseverance over one of might to avoid total war. Saladin offers some advice. Keep hitting them over and over again until they stop standing back up.
Commander Zavala, I thought to contact you directly, free from the prying interests of advisors. When I was a child, listening to stories of the Cabal's many rulers, I imagined that sovereignty was absolute power. The power to triumph, to spill blood, to rule. But now I realize the ironic truth. Sovereignty is a form of servitude. As Empress, my people's will comes before my own. That is why Cabal forces cannot leave the Sol system empty-handed. After losing Torobatl, we cannot lose our honor. It's the only thing we have left. You offer an alliance as equals, but I offer something even more valuable. Exaltation. Within our ranks, the Guardians will be revered. They will be free, as the Scions are now. They will be our most elite force, the pride of the Cabal Empire. So, for the last time, join us. For revenge against the Hive. For survival against the darkness. Join me. Join the Cabal.
Praefectus Chest.
Hail, warrior of the Empire.
Empress Caital said as she approached the bedside of a wounded Red Legion Centurion. The soldier had been gazing solemnly out a porthole when the sound of her voice startled him. He turned suddenly, then winced in pain. Caital saw darkened synthetic fabric enveloping his torso and the entirety of his right arm, which itself looked frail and withered. She knew immediately that this Cabal would see no more battles.
My Empress,
the warrior responded, clasping a fist to his chest with his unwrapped arm. Caital saluted in return. The Empress glanced at a monitor displaying the patient's data.
Valast, born of Valtui.
She looked out the porthole. The brilliance of Sol beamed back at her.
The Empire has returned for you, Red Legionary, yet your heart seems heavy. Why do you languish?
Valast looked away.
I am sorry, Empress. Do not be sorry, my brother,
Caital said. Valast sighed.
For years, every day has been about survival. Just trying to stay in the fight. But now...
He trailed off and grasped the sheets of his bed, a cheap fabric, but still softer than anything he'd felt in years.
When you war for so long, peace can become its own struggle,
Caital said. Valast let the fabric fall from his hand.
I thought I was Acrius reborn, claiming another son for our kind.
He gazed at the portal.
But I failed.
Caital smiled.
I've always loved that tale.
She pulled a stool over and sat.
Did you know that there used to be more to it?
Valast shook his head.
It's an older version, not as popular in modern times, but I was lucky enough to learn it as a child.
The Empress continued.
Before Acrius, 3 warriors sought to climb a great mountain and grasp the sun, but a terrible beast stood in their way. The first tried to outwit the beast and sneak through the shadows, but the beast smelled him still and ate the warrior in a single bite. The second tried to escape the beast, crafting a device to harness the wind and soar upward, but the fickle wind changed its mind and tossed her into the beast's maw. The third warrior challenged the beast head-on, Severus in hand. She also fell to the beast's gnashing teeth, but not before her blade tasted blood.
Valast frowned.
They all failed?
Caital considered the question.
The first 2, certainly. They thought battle could be avoided. But the third warrior died with pride and honor.
Valast pondered for a moment.
Even in defeat, she left her mark on her foe.
Caital nodded.
And the next time one of her kin faced it, the beast would be one blow closer to death. Did more come?
Valast questioned.
Of course,
Caital exclaimed.
They were Cabal, and the sun was theirs to claim. Over and over, their mightiest fell. But each time, another wound was struck, until the day came when a warrior landed the final blow. That warrior was Acrius.
Valast frowned.
Ever since I was a child, I saw Acrius as a hero. He may have been,
Caital replied as she clasped Valast's hand in hers.
but so was the warrior who struck first.
Balast's eyes glistened as he held her grip firmly.
Thank you, Empress.
Caital shook her head.
My brother, it is the Empire who thanks you.
The Time-Worn Spire. A cold wind whipped Lord Saladin's cloak as he reached the bottom of the stairwell and entered a small courtyard carved in the side of the wall. The orange glow of the last city poured through the arched windows, washing over the room's contents. Leafy ferns, decorative pillars, a dried-up tiled fountain, and Commander Zavala, seated at a small metal table against a wall. Saladin approached his former apprentice. "Wouldn't your office be more comfortable?" the Iron Lord asked. Zavala smiled faintly. A different field for a different kind of battle. Saladin took a seat at the table. "Quaint." Zavala grabbed a woven blanket from his lap and offered it to his mentor. "Wolves wear their own coats," Saladin said. Zavala smiled and took the cover under his chair, turning his attention to the lacquered wooden board in front of him. Etched lines formed a grid on its surface, and a pile of white and black oblate stones rested nearby. "Shall we?" Saladin picked up a stone and placed it on the board. Zavala followed with his own move, and the game was on. They sat silently as pieces continued to be set and removed. The board became crowded. Saladin held on his next turn, methodically scanning for options. He eventually grunted and waved in resignation. "I'm surprised you still invited me," Saladin said, breaking their silence. Zavala hesitated before he answered, fidgeting with a stone. "Your dissension on Caital has been frustrating, I will admit." "You weren't expecting an Iron Lord to remain silent?" Saladin asked. Zavala sighed. "I was hoping an old friend would respect my position." "Titles are implements," Saladin said. "What earns respect is how you use them." Zavala smiled. "And how should I use mine?" "To meet Caital head-on and cut her down," Saladin said. "A decisive action for a decisive victory." "You desire another full-scale war with the Cabal? To chase them through the Black Gulfs?" Zavala asked. "How many will die on this crusade of yours? And what will you leave behind?" Saladin chuckled sardonically. "Still finding excuses to avoid the hard choices. Every victory requires sacrifices." "You would wear those sacrifices as accolades, but I see them for what they are," Zavala said firmly. "Consequences of my failure." "It's easy to judge from your plush command center," Saladin growled as his demeanor soured. "But someday soon, you'll find yourself in a position with no easy way out. No victory on the horizon, no clever escapes. Nothing but a disaster, and a choice of who pays the price." "There are more currencies in war than the body count," Zavala said gravely. Saladin looked out at the glimmering lights of the last city. "Maybe so, but you don't always get to choose. Sometimes the exchange is decided for you. Sometimes you're stuck on the other side of the door while your friends burn." Zavala saw pain in the furrowed creases of the Iron Lord's face. "I've lost people as well." "Not nearly as many as you will," Saladin answered. Zavala sighed and placed his arms behind his back. "I am sorry I've been such a disappointment to you." Saladin shook his head and stood from the table. "You have exceeded all my hopes, Zavala, but you are still not what you could be, and not what we need." Zavala stood as well. "Be that as it may, I am still your commander. What I need is your obedience. Saladin smirked. You know better than to try to tame a wolf, old friend. Zavala stood, unmoving, and held his gaze on the Iron Lord. Saladin sighed. We both oppose Caital's terms. That should be enough. He turned to leave, but the commander placed a hand on his shoulder. It is good to see you outside the confines of duty, Zavala said. Saladin nodded, then paced away. Zavala sat again at the table, studying the result of the game as the Iron Lord's footsteps faded. From the Front, Part 3. Amanda Dreams. A spot of rust on the shotgun, a hole in the ground, down to hard clay. A pool of rust on her mother's weather-beaten jacket. Hacked apart roots grope toward her, peacefully sleeping. A gnarled hand on her shoulder, a gnawing pit in her stomach. Was it hunger or grief? Her father's cough, cough, cough in the background. An endless stream of broken vehicles, rusted skeletons in their cockpits. They sing a low song through toothy grins. A nameless tune, the sound that follows flickering lights. Is one of them Lucia? She holds his swinging hand as they trudge down the road. The rough calluses like spots of rust. The cough, cough, cough of the cart bouncing behind them. The hole in her shoes is growing. He drops her hand to cover his mouth. What colour were her mother's eyes? She frets at her forgetfulness. The parade of skeletons stretches ahead. Behind, her father puts his hands on his knees. He struggles to breathe. Were they brown? Her father's hands on his shoulders, crossed over his chest. Who closed his eyes? Who dug the hole? A stray shotgun shell in her pocket. She runs her thumbnail along the ridges. A totem against forgetfulness. Her hands ache with spots of rust as she pulls the cart alone. Amanda Holliday wakes with a shuddering gasp. The last city hums a nameless tune around her. The traveller hangs above, as pale as death.
Distress signals are far too common these days. Our recovery crews can hardly keep up with them. This one, however, I want you to look into personally. Rahul brought it to my attention. He tells me the transmission has been exposed to darkness. Our enemy worms its way into everything it touches, even mudding our signals. What's more is the point of origin, near the reef, from a Guardian claiming to be aboard a ship belonging to the dethroned Emperor Callus. Caital will no doubt respond to a signal from one of her father's ships. They have a complicated relationship. If there's a Guardian on board, exposed to darkness, I want to know why. Extract them safely, so we may have a word with them.
Zavala looks grim as he considers the possibilities behind a new Guardian-coded distress beacon sounding off from the reef, especially given that it's rooted in an encoded loyalist signature used by Callus. He laments that the Vanguard can't immediately respond to every call for help, but fears Caital is already on her way to this one, and wants the Guardian to investigate it personally. Zavala says the Guardian's ghost forwarded the signal to Rahul when they found it, and he confirmed that the transmission itself has been tainted by some sort of darkness radiation. He urges them to be cautious, and informs them that Osiris will run command on the mission. He suggests that they don't go alone.
Several months ago, a Cabal vessel bearing the name Glykon disappeared near the reef. This ship matches its description and heading. So far, our hails have gone unanswered, and the distress signal continues to loop. You're clear for live-fire engagements. Board it, and find our missing Guardian.
The Guardian finds a way inside the Glykon.
There's a distortion in the feed, no frequencies. Like ripples meeting in conversation. Executing trace. Stand by. I've sourced a distortion. There's an open patch into the ship's computer. Perhaps courtesy of our lost friend.
The Guardian encounters a strange fungus releasing harmful spores.
Those spores are harmonizing with the nearby concentration of darkness.
The Guardian forms an egregore link with the fungus and is allowed to pass through the spores.
There's no light here. The Glykon navigation system marks their destination as an anomaly left in the wake of Mars's disappearance. Guardian, you're not the only life sign aboard. I see at least one other. It may be our missing friend. It may not. I found a journal of Callus's scribe, Armsat. Translation as follows. Today, Callus graced the Glykon with his presence and gazed upon the anomaly. His counselors prepared the exhibition chamber with gold from the Castellum. They are confident the crown is ready. The end will lay eyes upon him and weep at his magnificence.
The Guardian makes their way through a trash compactor.
This ship's passageways no longer connect as they should. Movement. In the dark. They relent. We must not. Forward. Guardian, I've pieced together another of Armsat's records. It reads, "A tragedy of silence. He tore the wilting failures apart himself. The connection is strong, but the darkness does not speak through them. An ocean without wind. Even the Lightbearer could not coax it to awaken." Hangar systems are intact. Why didn't they try to run?
The Guardian progresses onward, past various Scorn experiments.
Armsat kept notes on experiments as well. It seems that Scorn, exposed to the anomaly, all suffered contiguous neuron death. It consumed their minds. All but one who spoke with many dead voices. This survivor would become the centerpiece of their studies.
The Locus of Communion attacks the Guardian.
Put this decrepit creature to rest.
The Guardian defeats the Locus.
Guardian, this anomaly left in Mars's wake. I've seen it and others like it. Too many Scorn for an active Guardian. In place of each world the darkness stole. At the edge of our heliopause. Callus meant to commune with the darkness.
The Guardian finds a dead Guardian.
Faint traces of light. That thing was a Guardian. Way too late. Far too late. Take the rifle. It was offered, was it not? Better in your hands than left for another. I'll speak to Zavala about authorizing exploratory outings. If we can recover our lost friend's ghost, we may learn more of how he died. Return to the city. We must assess our findings.
Far future. Ixal, mutineer. Far-reaching, murderer. Scion, prophet. 1. The tower burns. Fallen in the streets. Screaming. The hive witch dissembles. Crackling portal. Treachery. Vex emerge. Zavala commands. 2. The abandoned tower. Desiccated carcasses. Wind. Dark spores. Traveler disappears. Pyramid overhead. A voice behind the darkness. 3. The battered tower. Sizzling arc. Scions burn. Frigate crashes. Zavala dies. The hive witch comforts. Sacrifice awakens. One horn attacks. Cabal retreat. 4. The tower in ruins. Legionaries patrol. Torn banners. Executions. A land tank rumbles. Fallen scavengers. Transmission. The fleet is destroyed. Wrath of the hive. We are extinct. 5. The tower moulders. The hive witch's worm. Ghosts at war. A voice behind the darkness. The traveler abandoned us. Taken Cabal. A new hive rejoices. 6. The tower is still. Funeral procession. Zavala dies. Zavala dies. Zavala dies. Candles. Quiet argument. How did they get in? The Witch Queen flees. They are coming. 7. The besieged tower. Trampled flowers. Portraits. Zavala is dead. Ataxia. Wailing. Our assassin. The traveler overhead. The Empress looks down. The light is ours. Primus Ixal. Ixal. Primus. Far-reaching. Prophet. Conqueror. Hero.
You're needed back on Nessus, Guardian. As if their tank wasn't enough, now we have Scions tunneling into Vex territory. According to Crow, their leader is Ixal the Far-Reaching. She's looking for something that will secure her a seat on the War Council. Something that will impress, like Vex prediction engines. Whatever Ixal digs up could give Caital the winning edge, or worse, simply unleash destruction on us all. Either outcome is to be avoided at all costs. Ensure they never try this again.
Cabal Scions have already cracked their outer security layer. The Vex network is compromised, so move fast.
Imperial reinforcements have arrived. They know we're coming. Show them the futility of foresight. I always imagined these Scions as reluctant hostages to the Cabal Empire. But even now, with the Empire in ruins, they fight to the death for Caital.
Yeah, they're playing a bad hand as best they can.
No excuses. Eliminate them at will, Guardian.
We're too late. The Cabal extracted the information they wanted, and destroyed the machine to cover their tracks. Some data fragments still exist. We'll have to analyze them.
The Cabal never seemed this savvy with Vex technology before. This feels more elegant than what we're used to.
No doubt a lesson learned from their failure at the Sundial.
If the Scions are allowed to continue their research, it could spell disaster for the Vanguard.
Yeah, too much clairvoyance and they might turn out like Osiris. Not sure how much of that we could take.
Challenge their commander. Bring this operation to a halt. What dark magic do the Cabal weave here?
The Cabal do not weave magic, unless you count their grasp of technology as sorcery. But I can see where something like a prediction engine blurs those lines.
They wish to enact change on the future by knowing it.
They are not the only one.
Then they will fail. They would be better served studying the past if they wish to control the future. It is no different than a duel. You watch your opponent for tells that indicate what they will do next, not because you can see the future, but because you've studied the past. Their style, their form, predictability.
That is a level of insight I did not know you capable of.
That is also why they will fail.
The Guardian returns to the Helm to find Osiris and Crow at the war table.
How did it go?
Well, the Cabal are just thrilled we've been interfering in their politics. That said, a lot of them are just as unhappy Caital tried to fold us into the Empire.
Interesting. Another crack in the shield.
Aren't you worried about retaliation? The data we've pulled from that prediction engine. We need to act now.
That data represents possibility, not fate. We need to know more. Good, you're here. The Scions you broke up on Nessus are plotting something. Help Crow investigate this further.
Wait. You aren't going to tell the commander? This concerns him. He deserves to know.
My hope is there won't be anything to tell. Not if you and the Guardian see this through.
Don't know about you, but I'll take that as a compliment.
The war table holds a message from Lord Saladin. Vex prediction engines. And right under my nose. Osiris is playing with fire now. If those scions were able to extract anything of use, they won't wait long to hit us with it. Eyes up, young wolf, for whatever they're planning. The Guardian returns to the Glycon Volatus for a second expedition.
Exploratory outing, Presage. Designation VG-999. I am receiving you.
Not finished picking at Cabal bones?
Caital. Have you no more officers to send in your place?
You're trespassing, and I need information on that ship. Withdraw.
This is a rescue operation for a wayward ghost. Interference here would not end well for you.
Rescue? The Cabal are not animals. Send in your guardian, but Callus belongs to me. As long as I see him dragged from this hole, I don't care who does it.
Then keep your distance and leave us be.
I've lived aboard these ships. I know their systems. You need me.
We shall see. What will you do with Callus if he is found?
Autocrats only know obsession. His gluttony exposed us. So I'll feed him all the trimmings of his failure, until his belly bursts.
Sarcophagus growths with cores of darkness. The material is organic. Reminds me of a certain flora kept by our silver-tongued drifter. Curious. The Cabal here, their minds hang suspended in the death throes of cognition, falling into a singularity. Scans of the anomaly they chased, left in Mars's wake. It's a part of the darkness, one piece of a larger web. Others align with our missing planets and moons, as well as many points beyond Sol's borders.
Callus's scribe identifies a voice in the darkness. One of their mother, of dead enemies, of Gaul. They say it spoke to Callus in his own voice, taught him how to commune. His counselors work to isolate and contact the entity that speaks. How many Cabal died for this?
Enough, it would seem, to achieve the Emperor's desired result.
Emperor, this derelict is his empire. Sacrificed to pride. Paid for in blood. Are those Elixni?
At one time, their ether was bound with darkness. Now there's scorn. Rot-minded and easily swayed to violence.
The perfect vessel, if one could keep them contained. This infestation. I've seen it before. Sivu Arath slaughtered my people.
What was it like? That inevitability?
Like burning alive. And realizing the flames are just the beginning. Gasps of scorching air. Helpless panic. The smell. Was it any different when Gaul razed the city? Survivors like us are embers in the dark.
Delicate.
Defiant. Osiris sends you through a trash compactor. If you were Cabal, I would lift you into the stars.
You've never sounded more like your father. I thought you killed that.
The Cabal have suffered too many losses for vanity, petulance. First Callus, then Gaul.
But not you.
Don't insult me. I've grown wise from watching monuments topple. No mercy for false gods. Half these ships ran routes to the tangled shore.
Where they harvested the scorn for their experiments.
This hangar took in ships from all over Sol. The Leviathan could be lurking at any of those coordinates. This array contains research logs. The entity's voice emanates from the grave of Mars. The scorn babble to the void, and attentively await response. Our Emperor's vision is at hand. Tomorrow we pierce the anomaly's veil. We are ready. We have communed, and are adrift between worlds. It controls the lower decks, dragging the flame. Dead whispers in the walls. There is no way back. Your missing guardian was working with my father.
So it would appear.
If his ghost were recovered, would its memories be accessible?
That remains to be seen.
Callus's surgeons experimented on the scorn. Cranial dissections, dark ether drownings to engorge them.
Science carved telepathic imprints into their brains, linked them together in shared consciousness. Their collective mind was then opened through an artifact, a crown of possession.
All to exploit their connection to the darkness. Had Callus seen Torobatl fall, as I did, would he have learned then? No. You burned away. I saw it.
What do you hear, Empress?
Mistakes. Thrown on the pyre of my past. You heard something different?
The ignorance of my youth. The pain of change. Unproven faith wilted by logic. I believe I found a record of first contact with this voice. It says, I, Amsat, scribe of Glykon, rejoice. The scorn are one, rejoice. They bear the weight of the crown elegantly, rejoice. They whisper anticipations, rejoice. Our Emperor hears the voice of salvation, rejoice.
Sycophants, all of them, enabling his madness. What is that thing?
Our lost guardian.
Can your ghosts undo that?
Not so far as I'm aware.
Then why are you searching for it?
Answers? Same as you, Empress.
If there is nothing else, I must analyze the Glycon's archives. My cruiser will monitor the situation here.
A path to the ghosts still eludes us. Until we return, then.
Salvage's Salvo. Vannet, Secure 04. Forces of the City Investigator Logbook. Entry 1.7733. V. Meyer. Hake Armory got hit same time as the tower disturbance. Forensics suggests that 3 Scions used a kinetic splitter to get through the security banner and matter displacement anchors to make the concrete wall permeable. Can't get a straight answer on what Hake was storing there. Salvage, not manufactures. Looks like ship parts, but I can't tell from what vessel. No one is giving me clearance to do a full analysis. Have to sign it over to the Warlock Vanguard. Entry 01.7734. Found a piece of hardware from the Hake heist at a chop shop in the Peregrine district. Busted the ring up and brought the salvage in. Same make and material as what Hake were holding on to. Scions must have abandoned it when they were fleeing. Reported it to the tower, but they're so busy, it could be days before they give a formal response. Meanwhile, I'm handing it over to engineering, to see what they make of it. It looks familiar, but I can't place it. Entry 01.7737. Had to scrub a few logs. Following up on engineering's findings. Got myself a day pass out of the city, took a jump ship to the edge of the EDZ. Listened to Vivaldi on the way, helped clear my mind. If this turns out to be what I think it is, it could shift the balance of power completely. Entry 01.7738. Confirmed. This is unbelievable. Need to get in touch with Lakshmi about this. Vannet, Secure 00. Vanguard Permanent Record 73.10159 Icor Array. A city investigator in the future war cult's pocket doesn't do us any favors. We picked up Investigator Meyer at the city-level security checkpoint and impounded his ship. Of course, Lakshmi is feigning ignorance to all of this, and we don't have enough evidence to dig deeper. Not openly, anyway. My Hidden have secured the remains of the cage that Hake managed to scoop up after the Red War, but the damage is already done, and it just confirms my fears. Caital's people are researching the technology Gaul used to shackle the Traveler and steal the light. Word of this cannot reach the lightless. The Palindrome. Yurix waited. She watched her prey cut slaughter through the EDZ. She watched every weapon and muscle break against their light. She watched her prey's little ghost snicker with glee at the death of dozens. Bleak humor to the undying. They had exercised the same nonchalance as the Almighty bore down to exterminate their parasitic city. Guardians huddled in droves, their eyes trained skyward to watch the destruction of Amtek's vengeance, as if it were some celebratory spectacle. Yurix and her conclave would not let that revenge be swept aside so easily. They remembered Amtek's words. They remembered the brief hope the sundial had shown them. They remembered the name trailed in curses and woe. Although she and her sisters could not hope to destroy a city, they could kill the man who commanded it. She refocused her eye on the Guardian as it loaded a new cylinder into a crude metal cannon. Her trigger finger twitched in contempt as she looked upon the bodies of the Cabal she had used to lure this Guardian into the open. Yurix had once thought of human strategies like hidden blades, cowardly and unwilling to engage in anything but guerrilla warfare and decapitations of leadership. Watching the Legion disintegrate after Gaul's death had revealed truer interpretations. Victory cares not for honor, and headless foes cannot resist. Urix fired, and the Guardian dropped. Well placed. The words rippled through her mind as another Scion stepped from concealment behind Urix. The Scion handed Urix a new firearm, different from her long-bore headhunter. It was lined in silver-colored magnetic rails that hissed with arc charge. The carrion light will reveal itself in time. We will wait, Urix rippled back. In time, a small ghost compiled into existence. Urix waited as the ghost circled its guardian. She waited for the light to build within it. She waited until her target was sure that its actions could lead to nothing but resurrection. And then she fired. The stunned ghost fell. Joy filled her mind. It is effective, she thought. Gaul was no fool. Her subordinate rippled in response. Urix snorted at the name. This is not his credit. Gaul did not invent this technology. But we will learn from his failure. Dispose of them. Use its primitive gun. We cannot leave any trace that may lead them back to us. It is done, her subordinate thought, acting on Urix's orders. We are Amtek's vengeance. Urix finished her sister's sentiment. And while she struck from the sun, we strike from the shadow.
Nessus, Europa, the Cosmodrome. Every time the Cabal return to the battlegrounds, so shall we. Osiris has sent Crow undercover to investigate their plans for the Vex prediction engines. We need you back on the front lines. The more you can draw their fire, the easier it'll be for Crow to slip under the radar. And while you're out there, be sure to claim whatever you find in the aftermath. Weapons, gold. Without their home system, they can't resupply. And without supplies, they can't resist for long.
Lord Saladin urges the Guardian to keep pressuring the Cabal. With each defeat, Caital loses the respect of her soldiers and control over her subjects. While the Guardian is deploying to the battlegrounds, Saladin has directed Crow to continue looking into the future's Ixal, the far-reaching, saw on Nessus.
Listen, I've been combing through the prediction you pulled from Nessus. I've got bad news. I think the Cabal are going to try to take Zavala out. He's missing from every single one of the futures they predicted. Not missing where'd he go missing. Dead missing. Osiris says there are only possibilities, but I think it's the real deal. Zavala has refused to work with Caital. It's in her best interest to remove him. Sends a strong message. Glint can't pinpoint a time and place yet. We need more information. Word is, the Vex have always had trouble predicting you. Maybe that's our edge. What do you say? Want to help prevent a prophecy?
Crow's eyes are stern. His voice is strained with worry. He tells the Guardian he swung by Nessus, stopped by a Vex conflux near where they had hit those Scions. He was worried and had to ease his mind. Glint tapped into them and managed to dig out a corrupted Cabal transmission from that site. It could be nothing, but they traced it back to Europa. Crow would feel better if a friend were to check it out. The Guardian sets out to discover what the Cabal were doing on Europa by obtaining and decrypting Vex memory fragments. Decrypting the Vex memory fragments revealed that the Cabal were conducting research experiments in Perdition, where the Guardian heads to and discovers a shipping manifest. The shipping manifest suggests the Cabal sent whatever they found to the EDZ, and as the Guardian explores that area, they come across a communication device which gives them a new lead. That new lead takes them to Skydock 4 in the Sunken Isles. Upon arriving, they soon find out that the secret that they were chasing appears to be a device, a light disruptor, meant to break one's connection to the Traveler. The Guardian shares their findings with Crow in the Helm.
Thanks to your fieldwork, I have an idea of what the Scions are planning. It's not good. This gadget you found, it's a tiny light disruptor, small, but strong enough to knock down a ghost. Saladin says when the Cabal sieged the city, they severed our connection to the light. Looks like the Scions have refined that tech. It's elegant, actually. And deadly. They wouldn't need to fly a fleet into the city to use this. A single gunman would be enough if they could catch a Guardian flat-footed. I'll tell Osiris, and I'll keep an eye on the commander. You know, just to be safe.
Crow offers a restrained fist pump. He mutters affirmation under his breath. He seems impressed by the light disruptor, and thankful for the Guardian's help. But behind his eyes, you can tell his mind is racing over what this could mean. He's glad he spoke up. He thinks something like this could have easily gotten away from us. Crow flinches, as if a literal light bulb flicked on inside his head. He mentions a report he'd seen. Scions hit the city and stole some tech. Then he'd heard a few Guardians hadn't checked in from field ops, and yesterday one of their bodies was found. No ghost, no light, dead by what looks like city weapons. He thinks whoever these Scions are, they've been at this for a while. Lord Saladin is outraged that the Cabal would sink so low, but he is not surprised. He commends the Guardian's fieldwork and says they should keep the pressure on the Cabal. They cannot be allowed such a brazen act without consequences. Multimach-CCX. Lord Saladin sat at a small table, examining a holographic display of Cabal troop movements throughout the system. He was crammed into the corner of his once spacious quarters, made small over the years by shelves full of ancient weaponry, trophies, dated tactical reports, and dusty gear mods. Like all old men, he told himself that the relics might prove useful again one day, but deep down, he recognized the clutter for what it was. Fading nostalgia. A firm knock on the door roused his attention. He put his hand on his sidearm and peered through the viewing port. It was Ikora, holding a brown paper sack. The Iron Lord snorted and opened the door. Thought you might be hungry. Ikora held up the sack. Is Ty okay? Lord Saladin ushered her in. It's all the same to me. The warlock breezed into the room and set about clearing space for the food. Though she said nothing, Saladin could sense her alarm at the state of his dwelling. Her eyes lingered in the mildewed corners. Her nostrils flared at the sour smell of his armor's fur lining. Her fingers traced visible lines in the dust. She handed him a bamboo bowl filled with savory noodles. How are you, Lord Saladin? Her head tilted with earnest concern. I'll be better once Caital is out of the system. The Iron Lord, who could field strip any weapon in under a minute, was suddenly made clumsy by a pair of disposable chopsticks. The delicate utensils trembled in his massive, weather-beaten hands. Zavala seems confident that you can force her withdrawal. Ikora held her bowl and leaned gracefully against the table, having no place to sit. Zavala's optimism is more dangerous than Caital's army, he said and scowled. But after peace talks fail, we'll drive them out the hard way. We always do. Saladin discarded the chopsticks with a frown and tilted the bowl to his lips, slurping the noodles loudly. Of course. And after that, what will you do? Ikora fixed him with a gentle gaze. A vacation, perhaps? Saladin gestured to the tactical hologram. By the time we deal with the Cabal, it'll be on to the next atrocity. Vex, Hive, Taken, Fallen, who knows? It's always something. He eyed Ikora pointedly. When was the last time you had a vacation? Ikora raised an eyebrow. Fair point. But you've been at this a lot longer than I have. That's right, I have. Saladin's retort was sharper than intended. He paused before continuing. I'm happier out in the field. Battle keeps me fresh, keeps me connected. It's being here at the tower, staring at these damn reports, listening to all this politicking that makes me tired. And what would you do if we won? Ikora pressed her point. What if we destroyed the Black Fleet tomorrow, and there were no more battles to fight? What would you do then? Saladin scoffed at the warlock's nonsense. Well, in that case, I suppose I'd take a vacation. The two warriors eyed each other in stony silence, before breaking out in relieved chuckles. The moment of levity briefly softened the Iron Lord. Don't worry, Ikora. I'm fine. The warlock's eyebrow arched as she surveyed the surrounding mess. Saladin held firm under her scrutiny for a moment, before relenting with an exasperated sigh. If it'll make you feel better, he grumbled, I'll get some eager new lights in here to clean up a bit. It would, thank you. Ikora's eyebrows knitted in concern. You know, with Zavala stretched so thin, and without a hunter vanguard, I worry about our readiness. You know what's coming. We need the Iron Lords now more than ever. Saladin's eyes drifted back to the tactical display. I know it, young pup. I'll always be here when you need me. Eternal Blazon. It was a warm night in the last city. A gentle breeze rolled through the streets, ruffling treetops and bearing choirs of cicadas. On a night like this, even the most chronic of insomniacs could achieve a sound, dreamless sleep. All they'd need do was lay their head down and breathe deep. Except for Zavala. He preferred to spend a night like this walking through the gardens. Nothing better than a midnight stroll. Right, Taj? He remarked quietly to the ghost floating over his shoulder. Taj bobbed silently in the breeze. In his opinion, a full 8 hours of sleep would have been vastly better, especially for the beleaguered commander. But, while some ghosts felt giving advice was part of their calling, he did not. So he said nothing. His disapproval was felt regardless. I know. I should rest. Zavala closed his eyes and inhaled. The night air was fragrant with fresh blooms and petrichor. But I'd argue this counts. Taj remembered when this acre was first dug out for planting, back when the city was little more than a sprawl of encampments. They had just returned from a grueling patrol, but as soon as Zavala saw the others digging, he dropped his weapons and picked up a shovel. Saladin gave him a long lecture about the importance of rest and recovery, but he just stubbornly kept on digging. I'd like to sow some life for once, he said. Taj could still picture the look on the Iron Lord's face in that moment, flickering between pride and exasperation. It was in that moment that he, too, picked up a shovel. We've come so far, Zavala murmured in the present. Sacrificed so much. Again, Taj said nothing. They had, indeed. As they passed under a tree, the cicadas tucked in its branches went still. For a few seconds, the only noise was the crunch of boots on the gravel path. Once Zavala and Taj were a few yards away, the cicadas resumed their melodic thrumming. It amazes me sometimes that I've survived this long. Zavala looked up, his pupils reflecting the bone-white orb of the traveler above. All thanks to you. His words came out so soft, and it was hard to tell if they were an accusation or gratitude. Taj tilted up toward the traveler too. What could he say? It was his duty to resurrect his guardian. More than that, it was his purpose. Not one he had chosen, but then again, neither had Zavala. Silence fell, deeper than before. Ghost and Guardian stared up at the opaque moon, their thoughts synchronized around the same question. Are you watching over us, or are we on our own? From the Front, Part 4, Guardian Angels. Since we're undercover, you know what I need? A disguise shell. Something mysterious. Glint hovered eagerly over Crow's shoulder, his shell flaps tilted encouragingly. We should go see Tess. First of all, Crow muttered, we're not undercover. This mission is reconnaissance, not infiltration. Of course, Glint chirped. But, second of all, Crow continued, I'm the one who needs a disguise, not you. Nobody knows who you are. That's not true, Glint protested. I've been around for hundreds of years. I've met everybody. As Pork Bun, or whatever it was. Crow gently teased. Nobody in the tower knows you have a new guardian. Glint whirred in a low tone, which Crow had learned to interpret as grumbling. The awoken Lightbearer ignored his ghost's petulance and checked the position of the sun. He moved a few feet further into shadow before refocusing his attention on Commander Zavala. The last thing Crow wanted was for the Titan to spot the binocular's reflection. It had been like this for the past week. During the days, Crow would cover Zavala from afar with his sniper rifle, vigilant for any unusual transmat signatures or the faint shimmer of cloaking tech. At night, when visibility was restricted, the pair would creep into the tower and act as the commander's invisible bodyguards. Crow burrowed further into his new hunter cloak. It really was a beautiful garment, he thought. He admired the fine fabric, chosen by Glint and gifted to him by Osiris. Recalling their generosity made him feel suddenly guilty about his stinginess. Crow sighed. Fine. After this mission, once we know Zavala is safe, we can get you a disguise. Glint scooted in front of Crow's face, his mechanical iris suddenly magnified through the binoculars. Can we really? I suppose, Crow murmured as he tilted his head to see past the bobbing ghost. But not because you need it. Because we're friends, Glint stated, matter-of-factly. Sure, rare friends, maybe even cheap legendary friends. Crow smiled at his ghost. But not exotic friends. You'll have to find a new guardian for that. You're the best, Glint hummed encouragingly. No matter what Lord Saladin says. Crow snorted at the mention of the Iron Lord. We're all on the same side. Sooner or later, Saladin will realize it and start treating me like a real guardian. Don't worry, Glint chirped. With the legendary Pork Bun by your side, how could he refuse?
Sometimes I like to listen to the city's pulse. I hear it best when the people are asleep, and when I'm alone. It was a warm night, and I wanted to feel the breeze on my face. I took a walk through the first garden we planted inside these walls, to remind myself how far we've come. We've made so many sacrifices since those early days. But with the green of that garden and the murmur of the city we built up around it, I could be at peace. For a little while. Have you ever felt someone's eyes watching you, Guardian? You might not believe it, but I knew he was there before I saw him. I turned, and there he was, Uldren Som, his spirit haunting me. Then he shouted a warning, and something snapped in the trees behind me. I spun around, my gun in hand, before I realized I'd drawn it. It all happened so fast. A Cabal assassin, one of Caital's, no doubt. When I looked back for Prince Uldren, he was gone. Was it a troubled spirit? A hallucination? I wasn't sleeping well before. Now I'm not sure I will at all.
Commander, an attack on your life within our own walls, in the streets where the city's children play. I wish it surprised me. Every minute we waste, our enemies grow bolder. I saw it with the warlords, Zavala. Give them slack, and they'll hang you with it. You must act. Remind our enemies that there are consequences when darkness breaches our walls. Remind the people why they put their faith in the Guardians. This attack was just a taste. Next time, they'll target someone else, someone you can't save. That loss will be on you. The weight of it will crush you. Trust me. There was an assassin within the walls of the last city, and no one knew until it was almost too late. Luck was on our side. Next time, it won't be. What we must do now is channel our light into a clean burning fury and raise the Cabal Empire to ashes. Zavala may still have hope for a peaceful resolution, but he hasn't seen what I have. I'm still an Iron Lord. I'll be in the fray exacting retribution. When you're ready, you should be too.
You can almost feel the heat of Lord Saladin's rage in his written word. He states Caital and her Cabal have shown their true colours, that of cowards and cutthroats. He wants retribution for their attack and demands all active Guardians redouble their patrols through Cabal territories. His message urges Guardians to not hold back, to not show mercy, that the Cabal invited death on themselves. He reminds them that they speak of honour and show none. Break them.
And there's more where that came from!
I don't think they can hear you. Try yelling louder. Look, I get it. I do. But Zavala survived.
Do you have any idea what would happen if we lost him? They might as well cut our throats. That man is the glue holding us together.
You're close?
He's family. Ikora too, and Cade. I miss him something fierce.
Cade 6. Wish I could have met him. Some of the stories I've heard.
Yeah. His killer got what was coming to him.
Does that make it easier?
Not really.
I'm sorry.
Hey, you wanna get a drink or something when we get back?
In the city? I've always wanted to try that.
You ain't never had a drink in the city before? Oh, Crow, buddy. Buckle up.
Have you heard about the attempt on Zavala's life, perpetrated by one of these scions?
Yeah, I heard. I can't bear to think on it. After Cade, if Zavala had...
How many more have to die before we take these threats seriously?
What do you think we're doing out here? I got serious bullet holes up and down my ship.
And yet we let them regroup. We should take the fight to the Cabal instead of waiting for them to come to us.
Guardians guard, they're not invaders.
Perhaps it's time that changed.
So Crow and I were talking last time we ran this operation. It got me thinking about how hard the Cabal are fighting and what for. Maybe if we took a look at things from their perspective, we might, I don't know, see it differently.
You know what thrall are.
I'm no child. I know what thrall are.
To the Hive, a thrall is a child. Quick to physically mature. But still little more than a toddler taking its first steps. These thrall scream, seek, kill, devour. To grow, advance, and change.
The hell's this got to do with anything?
You do not hesitate to destroy thrall.
Of course not. They're monsters.
Yes. Monsters should be put down. Do not let Caital fool you with honeyed words that the Cabal are any different.
I was wrong to sit out the fight against Dominus Gaul. The Iron Lords would not have left enough survivors to allow the Cabal to rally. This isn't the Zavala I know. He was a fighter, a survivor. The city has made him soft.
He's a politician first and a soldier second. This is a war. One wonders if it should be led by warriors.
I misjudged you, Osiris.
How so?
When I heard of your exile from the city all those centuries ago, I assumed you a madman and a fanatic, a heretic at best.
Am I not those things?
You are. But had the city not cast you out, we may not be in the position we are now.
Perhaps I was wrong, too.
About?
You. You are a man of great potential and clear thought. In times like these, we need that clarity.
From the Front, Part 5. The Restless Dead. Ikora approached Zavala at his post in the courtyard. He was looking out at the city the same way he always did, even before he was commander, with a blend of fierce determination, love, and dread. A combination Ikora knew very well herself. She stood next to him, resting her hands on the railing, looking up at the traveler and the stars. They say that before the collapse, cities were so bright that they outshined the stars, she said quietly. It was no surprise to her when he said nothing. Living for hundreds of years didn't endow you with deep understanding of another person, it turned out. Close and steady partnership did. She knew him by now. He held his fears close to his chest, protecting the people he cared about. But with time, with patience, he would let her see. Sometimes. So she waited. I keep seeing his face, Zavala murmured after a long silence. Ikora looked at him, her expression falling. When she spoke, her voice was soft with grief. Cade? No, Zavala said. He gripped the railing with both hands, a gesture of frustration and self-doubt. Uldren Sov. Ikora straightened, surprised. That sharp feeling of being caught off guard, of realizing you'd missed something, froze her for a moment. What do you mean? She asked cautiously. In the tower, Zavala said. In crowds. He hesitated. I saw him. In the gardens. He called out to me, to warn me about the assassin. Silence again. Zavala exhaled slowly. Do you ever listen to the old Golden Age stories Eva tells during the festival? About apparitions of the dead? Ghosts, Ikora said quickly. That's what they called them. But those are fairy tales. Who needed ghost stories when the dead could already get up and walk? She watched Zavala sidelong, waiting for him to say it, waiting for him to ask. I don't know why my mind goes to folk stories. I suppose that because the alternative is too hard, Ikora interrupted softly. Too hard to imagine. Zavala closed his eyes and nodded. Neither of them said anything for a few minutes. Eventually, Zavala broke the silence. But if he were back, we would know, he said. Ikora stared straight ahead. She felt him watching her, checking her. He was so tired. So tired. He would trust whatever she said. She reached to put a hand on his shoulder and said gently, as her gut twisted with guilt, "We would know." Zavala placed his hand over hers. They stood together, looking out at the last safe city of Earth, with a profound distance between them that Ikora had never felt before.
You were seen.
At that distance, in the dark, no.
Enough to put a name to a dead man's face. The commander told Ikora. Thankfully, he passed you off as a hallucination.
An assassin was inside our walls. I had to do something.
This isn't the first time an enemy has infiltrated the city, and it won't be the last. Your concern is noted, but far from a crisis.
An attempted assassination isn't a crisis?
Zavala is quite capable of dispatching a lone scion.
He was distracted, soon to be lightless. If I wasn't...
Unmasked? Didn't the spider teach you that even small mistakes bring large consequences?
I suppose you learned that chasing Xivu Arath.
Choose your next words wisely.
I should have kept my mask on, but I don't regret acting. I still think Zavala's in danger.
That is why I'm embedding you as his bodyguard.
Is that wise?
We need to draw in their assassins, and a full security outfit is too obvious. Keep your mask on, always. Do not speak. Can I trust you to handle this with discretion?
The utmost. My mask was in my hand. Stupid, I know, but I felt safe. I thought I could just relax for a minute. It was a mistake. Osiris tells me the commander always talks about making the hard choice. Reveal myself or let him die. Whatever I chose, someone would still say I was wrong. I'm sure you've lost people. Racked your mind for how it could have been different. Too far away to act, but close enough to wonder. If you could have stopped it, wouldn't you? No matter the cost. I've been at the mercy of something I couldn't stop, without knowing why. Blind in a nightmare. I didn't want to be the reason for more pain. The next time they come for the commander, they'll have to get through me. Mask or no mask. Just don't tell Osiris I said that.
From the Front, Part 6. Vertigo. I never could understand you scions. Lord Saladin gazed broadly over the precipice of the wall at the rocky wilderness below. Nearby, Osiris watched the scion prisoner, restrained by a set of centuries-old iron shackles. Saladin continued. You were conquered by the Cabal, and in the face of a superior military force, you did what you had to do to survive. There's no shame in that. The scion flared their moist facial flaps and fixed their lone eye on the Iron Lord. Saladin wondered whether they were glaring in defiance, or struggling to breathe without their helmet. He marveled at their repulsiveness. But even after Callus fled, and Gaul was defeated, you still grovel before tyrants like Caital. If you rose up, you could taste true independence, instead of the patronizing scraps that she offers. Saladin shook his head in contempt. Your power is wasted by cowardice. In the silence that followed, the Iron Lord noticed a curious change in the surrounding atmosphere. The air filled with a sharp frequency. Not a sound, but a high-intensity vibration that seemed to emanate from inside his own head, like a blossoming migraine. Osiris chuckled. Our friend disagrees. Saladin snarled and grabbed the Scion by their shackled wrists. He dragged his prisoner to the edge of the wall and held them over the precipice. He was amazed at how light they were without armor, like a scrawny little bird. Osiris sniffed in distaste and looked back toward the last city. He doubted Saladin's ham-fisted style of interrogation would work, but the Scion had resisted his own subtler approach. Where did they get the light-dampening tech? How did they modify the prediction engines? Saladin snapped. The Iron Lord held firm as the Scion struggled weakly in his grip. Where are they? Where's the rest of the cell? The Scion's lone eye fluttered wildly, and Saladin felt a sudden rush of vertigo, as if he were the one with the 100-meter drop beneath him. The Titan steeled himself. We will find them eventually. You can't control that. The only thing you can control now is your own survival. Tell us where they are. The Scion began to tremble, like an animal shivering in the cold. But they said nothing. Instead, they assaulted the Iron Lord with another wave of vertigo. The wall felt as if it were flexing and tilting beneath the Titan. He growled through clenched teeth. Last chance. Where are they? Suddenly, Osiris was at Saladin's side. The vertigo broke. Lord Saladin, he urged, this is a waste of time. You of all people should recognize unrelenting stubbornness when you see it. You're right. Saladin regarded the Scion with quiet admiration. If the roles were reversed, I'd rather die than betray my loyalty. The Iron Lord gave the Scion a nod of respect, and then effortlessly hefted them over the edge. In the split second before gravity took hold, Lord Saladin met the Scion's gaze. He suddenly saw himself reflected in the creature's Y-shaped pupil, a ferocious ogre in metal armor filled with violence. A dull primate infused with godlike power, a fragile mind cursed with immortality. Saladin felt the creature's terror, but he also felt the expanse of the Scion's ancestors yawn forth beneath him. He felt their hands reach up to embrace him in a comforting void. He heard the ringing chorus of their timeless harmony call to him. A kaleidoscopic array of emotion surged through his heart, such that he'd never known as a human. For that fleeting moment, he was at peace. Then, the Scion was gone, and Saladin was alone with Osiris once more.
The Cabal have no shame. They failed to take out our leadership, and now they escalate their barbarism on the battleground. Believe me, I wish it were not this way, but I've seen this pattern play out many times before. Like the warlords of our darker days, Caital and her commanders see honor as currency, valuable only for the fear it strikes in their enemies' hearts. There's no merit in it, no trust, and there's no negotiating with brutes like that. Meet them on the battlefield and prove again and again where the real honor lies.
Saladin warns of escalating Cabal brutality across the system. As Caital's council chambers remain empty, prospective commanders lash out in desperation. Their supply lines are straining, and confidence in the Empire is waning. Saladin has seen what desperation can drive a foe to do, and believes now is the opportune time to deliver a finishing blow. Caital and her Cabal have grown too bold. Saladin, Osiris, and Zavala are meeting to discuss a plan to end the conflict. The Guardian's presence is required in the Helm.
After everything the Cabal have done to us, after Gaul, we are warriors. Why aren't we at war?
This is not an easy decision. You know that.
Not easy, but inevitable. Neither side can sustain a real war, but the Cabal are aggressive and proud. If we do not end this, it will escalate beyond our control. The city is at risk.
So strike now. Take out their leader. United, we can handle the rest in a matter of weeks.
You don't think that lowers us to the enemy's level?
Whether it does or not, I doubt Caital will go down so easily. But perhaps there is wisdom in thinking like the Cabal. Caital has rallied support by embracing old traditions. If Zavala challenges her to ceremonial combat, she must accept, or risk losing that support. Humanity's champion versus the Cabal's. The winner dictates the future.
If we win, there's no guarantee Caital's followers will honor the result, even if the Empress herself does.
And if we lose this gamble, when Caital has a knife to your throat, will she thank you for your diplomacy?
Every fight is a gamble. The question is whether you're willing to bet on our best guardians.
Any day of the week. Make your preparations. I'll reach out to Caital to discuss terms.
Commander.
I appreciate your cooperation.
The war table holds a message from Lord Saladin. I don't trust these half measures, but regardless of my own opinion, I have a duty to see it through. As do you. If Caital accepts our terms, we will crush her champion, whoever it may be. Now we wait and see how this new Empress acts in the face of imminent defeat. From the Front, Part 7. The Imperial Throne. Caital sat on a high-backed throne embellished with ornate carvings and rare metals. It had been salvaged by dutiful courtiers in the last hours of her homeworld. The Empress thought it looked preposterous on the bridge of her warship. She would have jettisoned the gaudy antique out an airlock if not for Tarun. Her prudent counsellor advised that the throne not only conferred authority, but it was also now a relic of an endangered species. Any memento of their culture, no matter how trivial, was invaluable. Having lost the Red Legion, their dominus, and their homeworld, Caital's people needed tradition to galvanize them. They needed the touchstones of their past to carry them into the terrifying future. They needed to feel like they were still Cabal. Caital considered the throne in context of the decision before her. The leader of the Vanguard had offered to settle their dispute with a right of proving. It would preempt an exhausting war of attrition with a single decisive engagement. An exceedingly clever tactic she had not considered. The right of proving was once a simple trial by combat, used to settle disputes between neighbours. However, like the throne, it had been embellished beyond utility. By the end of Callus's reign, the right had been corrupted to allow advocates, bureaucrats, and politicians to sway its outcome. Despite Caital's contempt for the bygone relics of the failed Cabal Empire, Tarun had prevailed upon the Empress to honour them. Not for her own sake, the councillor reasoned, but for the sake of the survivors.
Tarun, I've made my decision. We'll put forth Ignovan as our champion, inside the Halphus Electus. We'll see how much light the small men have left once they fight their way inside. Yes, my Empress.
Though the wily councillor's face remained implacable, she continued.
It's my duty to mention that this decision will not be universally welcomed. I would have thought you were in favour of honouring tradition.
Caital flicked her tusk ring in annoyance.
It's a decision the majority will embrace. This is true, my Empress.
Tarun paused, choosing her next words carefully.
However, some commanders, like Ixel, the far-reaching, believe that victory is close at hand. Leaving the outcome to a rite of proving will endanger their glory.
Caital snorted derisively.
They would sacrifice us all for a moment of vanity. You know as well as I that we can ill afford this campaign. We must regroup for an even stronger foe.
Tarun hazarded the slightest of raised eyebrows.
With respect, it seems as though you value conclusion over victory.
Caital raised her tusks and lowered her brow. Tarun took a nervous step backward.
There's something more important than victory at stake here.
The Empress ran her hands over the ridiculous throne.
We will honor tradition. We will accept the right of proving, and we will win or lose it as Cabal.
Challenger shell. Split shields and splintered timber cluttered the field. The ghost felt her guardian expire before his body hit the ground. They had expected a one-on-one challenge, but instead had sprung an ambush. A fake rite meant to draw guardians into a killing field. Scorpius turrets deployed and locked targets. Phalanxes walled guardian and ghost in, as planted demolition charges armed. A heavy slug thrower spun up in Cabal hands. Gunfire crowded the air and the guardian responded in kind. The bloodbath resolved in moments, as so many do. Encircled by several broken Cabal defenders, the ghost felt her guardian's light fade. She heard the remaining Cabal searching for her, looking to finish her off and lure in another. She shimmied from under her guardian's body, snaked through dead Cabal, and slinked over oil-stained dirt. Out of sight, avoiding detection from the scanning turrets above. The ghost made her way to the outskirts of the battleground before doubling back to exploit the turret's blind spot. Rays of light cascaded over the turret's frame as the ghost hacked its targeting computer, delivered an override to its command module, and redirected authority to herself. She told herself the Cabal were her enemy. She did not listen to their gasps of surprise as rounds loosed from the dual Scorpius barrels. She did not look at the confusion on their faces as heavy projectiles punched them down. It was all she could do not to feel the same remorse she had so many years ago, when she had last needed to defend her charge. It was done, a lone ghost in the deathly stillness of the EDZ. She drifted past the massacre and hovered over her guardian. She wondered, if the Traveller had chosen Torobatl instead of her, would her allegiances be reversed? Would she be battle sister to a Cabal legionary holding the line against the forces of Zivu-Arap? Humanity had its tyrants, warlords and brigands from before the Golden Age, through the Dark Age, and long after the city's establishment. What made her side the right one? It was a question she had been asking too often in these days, in the spaces between heartbeats. She remembered those first desperate months after finding her guardian. Their journey to the city had not been easy, and they had fought with each other many times before she gained his trust. Maybe there was no difference. At one time, her guardian had felt that he was simply a victim of circumstance. Maybe the Cabal were too. She looked to her guardian, now a proud defender of the city, and to the Cabal bodies around him. Today they were enemies, but tomorrow? She thought about potential, of how the Traveller took barren worlds and rejuvenated them. Like a miracle, a resurrection. Reborn not as what they were, but as what they could be. If that's what ghosts were meant to do with their guardians, then maybe anyone could be saved with the right guidance, even a Cabal brute. She raised her guardian once more, determined to keep cultivating his potential. He looked out over the battlefield at her handiwork. They weren't expecting you, were they? Imperial Needle. New Guardians tend to know two things: gun and shoot. You pick up the rest along the way, and every Guardian's experience tends to be different. Let's just say the onboarding process could use a little streamlining. But as for our enemies, 2 points are drilled into us from day one. The Cabal are big, horrible brutes, and the Fallen are untrustworthy scavengers. What they don't tell you right away is how that is such complete garbage. I've seen Cabal who might as well have had rocks in their heads instead of brains. You know, the kind who will crash a tank, killing themselves, rather than stop to reload munitions in a turret. But I've known just as many Cabal who will stalk you across the Martian dunes for 2 days straight. No sleep, never revealing themselves. That's how I was introduced to Brachus Drausk. As for the Fallen, the Elixni. Everyone tells the story of the Battle of Twilight Gap, of the Elixni houses sending in dregs to eat babies and other charming bedtime stories. But nobody prepares you for an Elixni so scared out of her wits that she tries praying to you because she thinks the Great Machine will listen through you. An Elixni so inured in the old ways that she leaves an offering to you, like you're some sort of saint to a lesser god. That was how I met Kira. A few months before the Red War, I was 2 days into a long patrol on Mars, tracking a limping Skyburner tank back to a carrier rendezvous location. I got sloppy. Didn't realize that the Skyburners had a rear guard because I believe the Cabal were utter morons with the tactical acumen of a boulder. Because that's what I was taught. Not that they're a proud people with a storied history. No, I got that driven 12 inches into my abdomen when Brachus Drausk, leader of the Skyburners rearguard, ran me through with a ceremonial knife. Normally, that would just be a minor inconvenience. Except that, during the collapse, the darkness chewed up large reaches of Mars so bad that the light can't burn there, in the same way that fire can't burn in space. So here I am in a darkness zone, bleeding out, my ghost panicking because he can't do anything to save me, and 5 angry Cabal ready to throw down. Now, I killed all 4 of Drausk's honor guard without needing to reload, but Drausk wasn't a pushover. We went a few rounds, me bleeding everywhere, him coming at me with a sword as long as I am tall. That's when I saw movement in my periphery, like a heat mirage. I knew what it was, but didn't have time to react until the electrostatic sheath was already coming off. But then I realized that the Elixni Vandal coming out of cloak wasn't coming for me. It was coming for Drausk. You see, what they don't teach you about Elixni is that they're fiercely loyal when it comes to family. And Drausk had kidnapped and killed some of this Elixni's kin. So here we were, 2 would-be enemies taking down a Cabal Brachus like a pair of wolves. At least until I passed out from blood loss. To my surprise, I woke up bandaged and alive. The Vandal had left a trail of scrap metal, taken from Drausk's armor for me to follow like breadcrumbs once I was strong enough to move. My ghost explained the Elixni likely spared me for helping defeat a common enemy. But ghosts aren't omniscient. They're just like little nerds who read a lot. Some stuff isn't written down. At the end of the trail, outside the darkness zone, I found the Vandal waiting for me. She introduced herself as Kira. I understood her, but barely. She spoke in circular idioms interspersed with Elixni words. She set down on the sand a trophy she'd crafted from Drausk's helmet. A bow with enough draw strength to penetrate a tank at 100 yards. Then she sang at me, some kind of mandible-clicking prayer, and left. No gunfight, no bloodshed. New Guardians tend to know 2 things: gun, and shoot. You pick up the rest along the way. And every Guardian's experience tends to be different. Mine sure was. Mantle of Battle Harmony. Crash Site, Nessus Terrae, Day 2. Panesh could see the Cabal warrior's eye pressed against the gap in the torn metal hull. The frigate crash had trapped them both in the wreckage, and only a haphazard cascade of heavy metal beams separated the two. The Cabal had an entire length of hallway to prowl, yet here she was again, her rumbling voice filling the space where the Lightbearer was crouched.
Do you truly think you could do it?
She asked.
I am curious.
Panesh shrugged. Sure, you're a big target. I'd shoot until you stopped moving.
No,
she snarled.
In a real fight with blades. No guns, no light magic.
Vargessus, Panesh said patiently. You're 5 times my size. Guns and light magic are my only choices here. Vargessus pulled back from the opening in disgust.
Cowards. Your kind relies too much on your magic.
She paced in her hallway like a caged animal.
It gives you the luxury to be soft.
She was interrupted by a metallic twang from somewhere far above them. For a moment, the steady dripping of foul, brackish water in the corner of Panesh's cell became a weak stream. He pushed his empty helmet beneath the flow. The light gives us the freedom to accomplish great things, Panesh said. He laid one of his metal greaves flat on the ground and carefully poured half the water into it. The best of us can be strong just by holding that power inside us. We don't have to let it out. Panesh slid the makeshift trough under the lowest beam and into the corridor. There was a quiet moment as the 2 survivors drank.
Ignovan, the leader of Empress Caital's fleet?
Vargessus grumbled.
His helm was crafted by scions and contains their very will. It grants him power over flame.
What does he do with that power? Panesh could hear the shrug in Vargessus' voice.
He kills.
Panesh chuckled and his stomach cramped in protest. He drew his knees up to his body. Right now, I'd fight the Empress herself for something to eat. He groaned. There was a rustling near the collapsed beams. Panesh looked up as a thick finger pushed a chunk of fatty meat ration through a gap in the metal.
There, eat,
said Vargessus.
I want you strong when I kill you.
Chorus of the Falling Star. Crash Site, Nessus Terrae, Day 4. Panesh sat wearily beside the heavy metal beams that trapped him in the wreckage of the Cabal frigate. On the other side of the wall, the Cabal warrior stuck in the corridor roared in frustration and started kicking again. Save your energy, Vargessus, Panesh shouted over the noise. You're not going to be able to kick your way through... He paused to scratch a fingernail along the unfamiliar metal. Solid Cabalium. Heavy footsteps stomped over to a crack in the wall near the hull.
Cabal can kick through most things,
Vargessus said, her face pressed against the gap in the metal.
Caital will kick your Vanguard into pieces once you cowards stop running.
Who's running? Panesh said. We're in the city waiting for you. Under the big white ball? Maybe you've heard of it. We don't run.
Ha!
Vargessus laughed.
You run. Fought one of you once. All he did was run. Shield and run. We stopped chasing him and then boom.
She pounded the metal wall with a gigantic fist.
He dove at us, covered in lightning. Then he ran again.
Sounds like he wasn't running, said Panesh. He retreated to a tactical distance.
Fancy words for run,
snorted Vargessus. Panesh heard her pace uneasily, then sit in the corridor, her back against the same wall as his. Hey, Panesh called, how about you keep some tactical distance yourself? You smell like a hot barnyard.
And you smell also, like a bloodless child. Sour.
There was a loud electrical pop overhead, and Panesh raised his hands against a shower of blinding sparks.
Panesh!
Shouted Vargessus. I'm fine, he said. Just another system shorting out. The Cabal grunted in response. Panesh heard her settle back against the wall.
Unripe,
she added. You're ripe enough for the both of us, he said. But neither of them moved. Omnioculus. Crash site. Nessus Terrae. Day 5. Cabal search parties were thick. There was something decent on that frigate, and that meant it was worth keeping out of their hands. Had to go clear twice to skirt the bigger groups. Nothing cowardly about it, just couldn't risk the noise of a firefight and didn't want them to know how close they were. Forced to shadow one of the big chieftains for a while. Couldn't stand being close to it like that, even in the mountain air. Finally found the frigate. The thing had spread itself across a gully, out of eyesight from most recon teams. Of course, my eyes are better than most. Figured the cargo should have survived a low atmo crash like that intact. Found 2 big crates of Cabal gold, some statues, plates, gongs, that kind of thing. Transmatted the valuables out of there and left the rest for the rain. Started feeling pretty good when something startled the hell out of me. A voice. Weak and quiet. The kind of quiet you get toward the very end. Cracked into the wreckage and found a big Cabal warrior pinned in a hallway. Dropped it with no issue. Found a Lightbearer prisoner stuck in the next room over. Banged up, dehydrated, but alive. Lightbearer seemed traumatized, but it was nothing personal. Gun butt to the temple quieted him right down. Tossed him on the back of my Spire and dropped him off at a recon station before he woke up. Outpost wasn't expecting survivors, so they needed their arms twisted before they'd pay up. It's a thankless job, but that's alright. Thanks don't pay my debts.
At last, we have a plan to strike at the heart of the Cabal. It's not what I'd do, but at least we're taking decisive action. Zavala has challenged Caital to settle things with a final rite of proving. No response yet, but Osiris is confident she'll accept. Personally, I don't think there's any course of action more final than a full-scale offensive. Your task is to encourage Caital to accept the easy out. Her aspiring commanders are the pressure points, so hit them with everything you've got. And keep hitting them until Commander Zavala tells you otherwise.
Saladin bristles at the thought of gambling on some ceremonial bout instead of taking the fight to Caital's doorstep in one final assault. While he will defer to Commander Zavala and Osiris' plan, he has made it clear where he stands on the issue. Lord Saladin wants the Guardian to make it impossible for Caital to turn down Osiris' offer by pressuring her forces into submission across all of Sol's battlegrounds.
I issued a challenge to Caital, knowing she could not show weakness in front of her people. She accepted. And now the time has come. It's simple. A final rite of proving. We each send forth a warrior to represent us. Whichever side claims victory sets the terms of a binding agreement. If we win, Caital ceases hostilities immediately. Her forces never set foot on Earth again. But if we lose, we surrender Nessus and support her claim to the Imperial Throne. And as a gesture of good faith, I become Brachus Zavala and serve on her war council, a glorified hostage. That cannot happen. Caital's chosen warrior waits deep within her fortified tank. Storming it and defeating him in ritual combat will be nearly impossible. But I've come to expect the impossible. From you, Guardian. Represent the Vanguard in the right of proving. Be our champion.
Threaded Needle. Ignovan, chosen of the Cabal, spent all day receiving honours. After Emperor Caital's announcement, every legionnaire in the land tank had come to jealously salute him for his promotion. It was the appointment of a lifetime. Deep within the Halfa Selectus, Ignovan oversaw his arena's preparation. There was the hanging of Caital's banners, the anointing of his ammunition, and the intonement of the Litany of the Chosen by an Imperial Mythkeeper. He was fitted for new armor that gleamed in the light. He was briefed on the protocols of the rite and the expectations of his victory. But now, alone in the arena, doubt creeps into Ignovan's thoughts. Gaul believed that the strength of the small men was their light. He reasoned that the power of the Traveller, like any weapon, could be stripped from the enemy and used against them. Clearly, he was wrong. Ignovan believes differently. Their strength comes not from light, but from death. The Guardians are already walking corpses, and yet they fight on. They have all died 1,000 times, while Ignovan has yet to die even once. How can he defeat an opponent whom death cannot best? Suddenly, the treacherous ravings of Ixal, the Far-Reaching, did not seem so absurd. If the Cabal are to triumph over the small men, they will have to succeed where Gaul failed. They will have to bring mortality to the Vanguard. Ignovan knows that these musings will not save him. But he does not fear. If the small men can face death, then so can he.
Empress Caital, we invoke the right of proving. The Vanguard sends forth its champions.
The challenge is met. Our blood flows together. May it lead to unity. This is the Halfus Electus, the digger of graves, her mouth packed with red soil. I do not grant you safe passage. My war machine purrs. She hungers for battle. Have you the same appetite? Be reasonable, Guardians. While there is shame in surrender, I am merciful.
You all but demanded this conflict. We will see it through to the end.
My warriors pledge themselves to the right of proving. Cut them down if you can.
If it must be done.
My champion awaits in the locus of honor. Why do you skulk through the maintenance areas?
We will deal with your champion in due time. Though we may destroy your tank in the process.
Ha! We are Cabal. We eat the mountains. We drink the seas. You would attack my tank directly? It is sacred to my men. They will fight as though its oil were blood.
Yes. And we are here to stop you.
You take to ritual combat well, Commander. Do you enjoy it?
There is no pleasure in killing. If this one act of barbarism will force peace, so be it. Hold strong, Guardians. One final victory is all I ask.
Let the rite of proving commence!
Caital, your champion falls.
You have claimed victory in the rite of proving. I am bound to our agreement.
Your champion fought with honor, and you accept defeat in the same way.
a lone scion is seen overlooking the meeting place where Empress Caital, Zavala, Crow, and the Guardian have come to officially seal the armistice. A scion passes Caital a ceremonial blade.
Let our blood be the last spilled. Let this ground be hallowed.
She passes the blade back to the scion.
Let honor bind us.
The lone scion takes aim and fires a light-suppressing shot at Zavala's ghost. Taj collapses and Zavala loses connection to the light. A scion charges at Zavala and strikes Crow as he tries to defend him. The scion raises a blade to strike a killing blow, but is stopped by Caital.
I didn't order this. Bring me the one who pulled the trigger. They'll know who did.
The lone scion retreats. Crow breaks the cage on Zavala's ghost, and his light is restored.
Are you all right?
Crow turns to face Zavala, maskless.
I'm alive.
His face revealed, Zavala pauses for but a moment before extending his hand. Later, the Guardian catches up with Crow on the helm.
I've officially been commissioned as a recon agent by Commander Zavala. He wants me to track down the conspirators who tried to sabotage the ceasefire. I believe Caital when she says she wasn't behind it, but let's not take chances. 2 assassination attempts is more than enough, I think. Zavala looks at me, and I feel like he really sees me. Who I am, not who I was. He didn't say much else, just that it might be a good idea if I laid low while he figured things out here. I know it's taboo to talk about the people we were before, but the weight that's been hanging around my neck since I woke up in this body, it finally feels a little lighter. I doubt this is the last time we'll be seeing each other, Guardian.
Despite an initial unease, Crow seems pleased with Zavala's acceptance of him and his redeployment. He expresses that he feels a personal responsibility to track down any of the Scion actors that remain at large. He chuckles, looking at his broken mask. He mumbles something about a vendetta, wry smile on his face. Crow wishes the Guardian the best, thanks them for all they've done for him, for the many doors they've opened and the life that they, Osiris, and Glint showed him he could have. He's confident that they'll see each other again soon. The Guardian then visits Zavala in the tower for their debriefing.
Aldrin Sav is dead. Ikora spoke those words when I offered her the news of Crow's unmasking. She already knew, of course, as did Osiris. And you. Without trust, we become like the Cabal, fractured and consumed from within. I've sent your friend on a reconnaissance mission while I determine the best way forward. Empress Caital will honor our agreement. This is an armistice, not an allegiance. Those who do not answer her call to leave Earth are criminals in the eyes of her empire, left to us to deal with as we see fit. Saladin will have words, I'm sure. But preserving what's left of the Cabal insulates us from further incursions by Xivu Areth, the enemy of my enemy, Guardian. Until such time, they are not.
Commander Zavala looks over the Guardian and considers how much they've kept from him. He congratulates them and celebrates a victorious city, but expresses a need for trust, for unity. He says that without those things, the city could be destroyed from the inside, like the Cabal were.
Warriors of the Empire, today we chose strength and honor over personal glory. But 2 of our soldiers chose to pursue their own victory, their own glory, before the glory of the Empire. Only one of these soldiers stands before me now. The Scion Valir faced his death with honor, but his accomplice, the Scion Kalek, chose to run, to hide. Kalek is a stain on our history, a traitor. I revoke the name Kalek, for a coward has no name under the Empire. These traitors did not work alone. I will find the others, and they will meet this same fate. We are one Cabal, and we strike as one fist.
The Guardian still has unfinished business with the Glykon, and returns for one final expedition.
I'm receiving you, Guardian. The Vanguard saw value in our investigation. We are tasked with the recovery of any information or relics pertaining to the darkness.
Welcome back to the Glykon, Guardians.
I expected you to be gone after the armistice.
This ship is Cabal. I have a duty to its crew while Callus remains free.
What have you found in our absence?
Hidden records in Glykon's mainframe. From your lost Guardian. They're decrypting as we speak. Transmitting the first decrypted message.
He's been drinking more and more of that royal slop. I see him pawing at the air for hours, laughing, eyes glazed over. There's another alignment tomorrow. Maybe I can slip the hangar and get lost before anyone notices. I know a few Guardians who might want to hear what I've seen.
Did your data mining yield anything about a crown?
Amsat detailed an ornate procession that brought a hive crown from Leviathan to Glykon. It allowed the darkness to invade the Scorn's thoughts.
Not the darkness. The entity.
The 2 are entwined. Does the difference matter?
That there is a difference makes our understanding of the darkness a facade. What do you presume they are? The crown, the entity?
Idols. Sustained by fixation, until there is nothing left to reap.
Caital, it seems Callus has fled. Amsat states, Emperor Callus has left us, his shadow broods. The legionaries spread rumors saying, he merged with darkness, he is dead, he fights to save us. Words dipped in false confidence. The Emperor is gone, none know where. May we abide his return.
No, it is a trick. He is hiding here or elsewhere. He did not simply vanish. Another decrypted entry.
We hit Acheron's wall and sank. Straight down to the deep. Gly is in a bad way after the dive, all twisted. I'm all twisted. Whole crew rattling around in my skull like they're thinking for me. Scorn. What they used to be, what they are now. Dive must have opened the cells. Someone's gotta clip their horns, especially the big one. Or we're dead.
A ghost was injured here. The remnants of its light pooled around the dark center. A memory, preserved in physical form.
You said you wouldn't. You promised. Everything you say is a lie.
I a chalice of opulence. The inscription reads, "To my captain, cast your shadow in the face of darkness, that you might drink of its beauty and grow fat."
Your guardian was a traitor then, seduced by Calus's posturing. Like so many powerful fools who think themselves invincible. Another entry transmitting.
I didn't think it was true. All that talk about the darkness. But it saw him. Something in here stared right back into Calus's hungry eyes. Then Aldrin's rotted tykes started shrieking, and I knew I shouldn't have come here.
This time, the Guardian's investigations yield fruit, and they find a way to access the secret room underneath the bridge. Inside, they find the Crown of Sorrows.
What monstrosity is this?
The Crown of Sorrow. A hive artifact of devilish craftsmanship meant to subvert the wearer's will. I suspected it was the crown in question.
More hive witchcraft. It should be destroyed.
It has been altered from its original design. Opened. Instead of controlling minds, it's meant to merge them. It is listening. We cannot leave the crown free.
You think you can contain it? So did Calus. How long before your audacity damns the city, advisor?
Your warning is noted, Empress. But this is Vanguard's space. Will you ensure the crown is undisturbed while I make preparations for its recovery?
The Cabal are not at your disposal. Do so at your own peril.
Retro-futurist. I watch them frolic blithely beneath their oblivious god. I am among those assembled to witness their training. They wish to become stronger than the Cabal, than Xivu Arath, than the Hive. Their ignorance of their true enemy is overwhelming. They cannot even put a name to it. I am choked with rancid ambrosia. 2 men now remain in the artificial battleground. Their movements are simplistic. One charges blindly ahead. The other rolls to the side, fires a shotgun, and his opponent falls. The victor turns to the crowd and removes his helmet. Oily fluids bead on the flesh of his face. He bears teeth that squirm with microbial life. He throws his arms upward in jubilation, and the masses cheer. I do not join them. This form affords me some dignities. Behind the creature reveling in minor triumph, sacrilege. A perfect being materializes. It gathers meat and offal from the ground and reassembles it. An unfathomable gift is given. The crowd has seen this miracle countless times. It has lost all meaning to them. They see it as a resource. I look up into the blank white face. I feel its light on my cheeks. It no longer burns me. Each revival is a choice. I know what to do. If you listened all the way to the end, then thank you, and I hope you enjoyed this episode. Every like and comment means so much to me, as whilst this passion project is deeply satisfying to produce, I think anyone who makes something hopes they can find, like, other people who they can share their excitement and creation with. Next up will be Season of the Splicer. I am optimistic about keeping that released to a single episode, rather than having to split it like this one. One of the things I've debated about cutting from it is the pathfinding lorebook. When Ada 1 was repurposed post-sunsetting into like the transmog vendor, we were given some lore about her, and whilst it intersects with the events of Splicer, as Ada has a conversation with Ido, it isn't really tied to the core story of the season in a meaningful capacity. At this time, I haven't decided whether to keep it or spin it off into like a Black Armory focused episode somewhere down the line. But yeah, subscribe either way if you want to get notified when the next episode is out. In the meantime, thank you, as always, to the Destiny community resources, Ishtar Collective, Destinypedia, Destiny Lore Vault, the Destiny Lore subreddit, Destiny Music Archive, and Last City Radio for their work that allows fan projects like this to exist. And, as always, to all the writers, artists, designers, and developers at Bungie who create Destiny.